Also, Efia Asantua Asari Che. A round of applause for her, please. Yes, she's also a board member of WADR. We are also expecting a rep from the Electoral Commission, as and when they do join us, we'll also invite them to the high table. So, Madam Thomasi, you do have the floor.
Thank you very much, Nadede and Imo. Good morning. Let me start by, again, just officially greeting and recognizing the members of the high table presiding on the opening ceremony this morning. We're honored to have one of our board members delivering the keynote address, and she is Efia Asantewa Asareche. Thank you so much for coming. To the representative of the IGP, Assistant Commissioner of Police, Ms. Victoria Yemoa, who is Director in charge of Police Election Security, in charge of the Secretariat. Thank you so much for coming to represent the IGP. Our own board member, Professor Audrey Gajekpo, we're happy to have you. Good morning. Farouk Al-Hassan, WAXI Program Officer for Capacity Development, representing NANA. We are happy to have you. And to our panelists, Beauty Emefanate, Samson Lade, Dr. Rosina Foley, Paul Osie Kufo, Dr. Peter Kwabena Obeng Asamoah, Mowena Azuma. We say thank you for coming. Distinguished guests from reputable civil society and media organizations, human rights institutions, the academia, electoral bodies, fellow citizens of West Africa, my colleagues in the media, members of the West Africa Democracy Radio team, thank you all for coming. With all protocols respectfully observed, I bring you warm greetings from the West Africa Democracy Radio team in Dakar and those spread around West Africa in the different countries. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, colleagues, and participants. It is an honor and pleasure for me to stand here on behalf of WADR to welcome you to this important forum on democracy and governance, with a special focus on Ghana's preparedness for the upcoming elections. I would not like to preempt the discussions because I know they will be very, very rich and productive, but I will talk a little bit about WADR for those who do not know us. The West Africa Democracy Radio is a sub-regional radio station based in Dakar, Senegal. It was established in 2005 as a project of the Open Society Initiative for West Africa, OSIWA. It is a sister organization to WAXI, the West Africa Civil Society Institute, based here in Ghana. Our mandate is to, among other things, protect and defend the ideals of democratic and open societies by disseminating development information. Our vision is to become the communication resource for inclusive democracy and change in Africa. WADR started initially with the 3 Mano River Union countries of Sierra Leone, Guinea-Conakry, and Liberia. Today, with our headquarters in Dakar, we are covering 14 countries in West Africa with correspondents in each country. So we have a network of 14 correspondents. We have also a network of partner radio stations because we also disseminate our information through these partner radios. Right now, we have over 100 partner radio stations spread around key regions in West Africa. In Ghana, I can name a few: Radio Pad, Royals, ADA, Focus FM in Kumasi, just a few. I think we have 2 or 3 more spread around the different regions in Ghana. And I always say thanks to Professor Audrey Gajekpo, who helped us in 2018 to start these partnerships. With a mission to excel in amplifying the voices of the underprivileged, bringing out the voices of the citizens of West Africa, we also, apart from these partnerships, work in partnership with development organizations on interventions geared towards providing information that would lead to informed decisions for a more developed society in the area of advocacy, production, and dissemination of content for wider reach, training, and capacity building, amongst others. Over the years, we've worked with so many. I would name a few just to give you an idea. In 2015 with Oxfam, when it was so hot, Ebola was really doing its own thing in Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. WADR was the only African media in all those countries working and bringing out the issues as they were affecting our own brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers in Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Those reports, one of them even went to the CNN Awards, did not win the award, but at least was recognized. And these are they were very, very impactful messages. We continued to work on post-Ebola with Plan International. Through this all, we trained journalists, we co-produce with partner radio stations, and then we ensure that we provide information that would lead to attitudinal change. So as CSOs are working on behavioral change, communication, and others, we also help them to ensure that behavior really will change and does change, and we were able to do that with most of our projects. From Plan International, we also worked here in Ghana, Senegal, and Nigeria on the issue of extractive industries, looking at climate change, natural resources, and the environment with Ford Foundation in Nigeria. We have done a lot with UNESCO. We have done a lot in the area of migration. For 4 years, Ghana was also part of it, but we worked in about 8 countries in West Africa, looking at the issues of migration as it is affecting us, it is impacting not only our lives, but the development of our various countries. I would just name those few. We have one of the main we're working on right now is our security and rights project, looking at what is happening in Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and Nigeria under funding from the Open Society Foundation. They also worked with us during COVID-19 to also communicate and use our journalists to work in the field in 13 countries in West Africa. So presently, today, we are here under a project specifically on democracy funded by NED, and that is the National Endowment for Democracy. So in the process of producing and disseminating quality and relevant information that would touch lives and bring about informed decisions, our journalists have had the opportunity to bring to the fore some of your voices and ideas and those of other West African citizens on air and online through our traditional and digital approach. We are therefore very happy that on this momentous occasion, we have all of you esteemed personalities to discuss the issue of upholding democratic principles with a particular focus on elections and here in Ghana. This work is made possible, like I said earlier, through the funding support of the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, under the project Strengthening Democracy Through Media and Using Radio in particular. Why this project, we might ask? The mission is to have ECOWAS member states, all of us in this region, uphold democracy and its principles, especially, I might add, once again, looking at what is happening in the region. To become a region that commands respect, remains relevant, and embody resilience amid the growing adversities with the narratives by the media, and we are part of that media. Honorable speakers, experts, and stakeholders in the democratic space, as we gather to explore one of the most critical foundations of our societies, democracy, with a focus on elections that gives individuals the right to have a voice in decisions that shape their lives, and the systems of governance that protect and uphold this right, I am confident that this forum will give us the opportunity to celebrate the successes of democratic governance in our region and also critically reflect on the obstacles we face. With the current situation in Guinea-Conakry, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, the debate is rife on the issue of democracy. Where are we? Who we are? What do we want? So good governance, some might say, remains at stake. We can therefore agree that democracy is being challenged, not only as a system of government, but a way of life, worthy to be given the fair share of dialogue, accountability, transparency, and the protection of fundamental freedoms. One might ask then, why this forum? I think you will agree with me that we cannot talk about democracy and good governance without highlighting the periodic holding of free and fair elections, which is one of the fundamental pillars of democracy. Ghana has over the years been one of the examples of a democratic state in West Africa. And as we observe the evolution of processes in this region, we believe working in Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Guinea-Bissau, the three countries going to the polls in 2024 and 2025, will give us that opportunity to contribute to the process of holding free, fair, and transparent elections in these countries through dialogue such as this one. Let me at this juncture stop here. And once again, thank you all. Those are the high table, the speakers, all of you distinguished guests. I want to express sincere thanks, Farouk, through you to Nana. Waxy helped us in all these preparations. So I say a big thank you to the team and to everyone who contributed to this day. We say a big thank you. I welcome you once again to this forum and look forward to a very, very open, participatory, and productive session. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Agnes John Tomasi, the station manager for West Africa Democracy Radio. This is also to inform you that this event is broadcast live in Dakar and hooked up by our partner radios across the sub-region. So you're not just speaking to people in Ghana here or in Senegal, but across West Africa. It's time for some goodwill messages, and we would like to invite Mr. Farouk Al-Hassan. He is the WAXI Program Officer for Capacity Development. Mr. Al-Hassan, you have the floor. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Al-Hassan.
Thank you so much, Imo, and good morning, everyone. I hope we are all here, and thankfully we started this program, though a little bit late, but we are here. So on behalf of the West Africa Civil Society Institute, WAXI, and then our executive director, who unfortunately could not make it, Nana Afajinu Asantwa, I would like to bring you greetings from WAXI and the entire team and commend West Africa Democracy Radio for this forum. It is great honor to extend our sincere congratulations to WADR on hosting this Democracy and Governance Forum under the theme Strengthening Democratic Processes, Ghana's Preparedness for Free, Fair, Transparent Election. This timely forum is a vital contribution to the advancement of democracy, governance, and electoral integrity, not only in Ghana, but across the West African region. As an institution dedicated to strengthening the capacity of civil society organization, WACSI recognizes the crucial role that platforms like WADR play in promoting open dialogue and civic participation in an era where democratic processes in the region face increasing challenges such as electoral malpractices, voter apathy, disinformation, and political instability. This forum provides a critical space for reflection and action. I would like to continue my goodwill message in 3 pillars. The first one is democracy as a pillar of stability. We all know that democracy remains a bedrock of peace, development, and good governance in West Africa. It is through democratic system that the voices of the people are heard, their rights protected, and their future determined. Ghana, as a beacon of democracy on the continent, has continuously set an example through its regular, peaceful, and credible elections. However, we recognize that maintaining this democratic integrity requires sustained effort, vigilance, and collaboration among all stakeholders. So this forum, the theme under which it is being captured, strengthening democratic process, Ghana's preparedness for free, fair, and transparent election, could not be more appropriate as Ghana approaches another critical electoral period. It is a call for deep reflection on the country's readiness to uphold the principles of democracy while addressing the gaps and challenges that could hinder the process. The importance of free, fair, and transparent elections cannot be overemphasized, and as they are the cornerstone of democratic governance. The second pillar of my delivery is also the role of civil society and media. Civil society and the media, particularly institutions like West Africa Democracy Radio, are indispensable in reinforcing democratic processes. Civil society organizations, CSO, act as watchdogs, advocates, and champions of transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. We commend WADR for consistently providing a platform for civic engagement and fostering informed dialogue on key issues impacting our democracies. The media plays an essential role by delivering accurate, unbiased information to the public, empowering citizens to make well-informed choices during elections. The collaboration between civil society and the media is vital in upholding electoral integrity and fostering public trust in democratic institutions. At WACSI, we are deeply committed in empowering civil society organizations throughout the region to promote governance, peace building, and human rights. Forums like this, which encourage inclusive dialogue among diverse stakeholders, are crucial and critical in building resilient democratic system and ensuring the protection of electoral processes. I would like to seize this opportunity, right, to say that Ghana has the chance to set a powerful example of how a nation can rise above electoral challenges and reaffirm its commitment to democratic principles. So WACSI extends its sincere appreciation to West Africa Democracy Radio for organizing this vital forum. We are confident that the discussions and insights shared here will play a significant role in strengthening Ghana's democratic preparedness and contribute to successful future elections. It is our hope that the outcome of this event will inspire ongoing effort to enhance democracy in Ghana and throughout West Africa. As we navigate the challenges of democracy in the region, we must stay united in promoting governance systems that are inclusive, transparent, and accountable. Together, we can ensure that democracy thrives and that the voices of all citizens are heard and respected. We wish West Africa Democracy Radio and all of us here participants a fruitful and impactful forum. May this event spark meaningful action that safeguard Ghana's democratic processes and serves as a model for other nations in the region. Thank you, and we look forward to continue collaboration in advancing democracy and good governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farouk, for that beautiful message as well. We are live on Facebook and our YouTube channels, and so a big welcome to our online participants as well. We appreciate all of you. Let me invite WADR board member, Professor Audrey Gajipo, to also deliver her goodwill message. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you, Nadeje, and good morning to you all. On behalf of the entire board of WADR, I welcome you to this forum, and I congratulate WADR for organizing it and for leveraging its 20-odd years of experience as a democracy space to bring critical stakeholders together to dialogue on Ghana's impending elections, which, as you all know, is only 2 months away. The significance of Ghana's elections lies not only in deepening democracy in Ghana, but also in serving as an exemplar of Africa's ability to sustain democratic governance at a rather critical juncture in the continent's fraught democratic journey. As one of the supporting pillars of democracy, and to borrow an expression from former US President Obama, the media give life to democracy. And so it's important that the media organizations that are going to be covering the elections recognize the pivotal role that they play, not least of all because of the far-reaching implications resulting from the electoral process, but also from how they cover it and the impact their reportage will have. Elections test the media's democratic credentials and require that they live up to their normative rules. the watchdog role, for example, and the speaker before me pointed that out. Because this role requires that journalists scrutinize candidates and parties and their agenda and hold contenders, not only the incumbent, accountable for their actions and their electoral processes. And of course, they play a role in exposing electoral irregularities and reporting on the general conduct of the elections. But I will not preempt Samson. That's his job to tell us a little bit more about that role. But I just want to say that we also need to keep in mind that we live in an era of information and communication technology. And so we must be mindful of the challenge of internet and social media, which, unlike traditional media, whose practitioners are well represented here, have no gatekeepers that we can easily engage. So, but yet they are influential, as you know. And we are recognizing that increasingly in Ghana, as elsewhere, even in mature democracies such as the US, online social media are being used as a tool to undermine elections. And I think it's important that we flag that. But I'll just end by urging the media to be extra vigilant in mitigating disinformation, because that kind of information exacerbates voter confusion, reduces trust for the electoral process, suppresses voter turnout, can lead to violence and polarization, thereby undermining our quest to be the beacon of democracy that we like to think of ourselves as. And I just want to end by saying, yes, indeed, as it's often pointed out, democracy is a long journey. Elections alone do not a democracy make. But the smooth alternation of power through the ballot box is essential in sustaining democracy, no matter its imperfections. So we must use this occasion today to dialogue on how we must ensure that at this critical moment in Ghana, when we go to the ballot box, we go to the ballot box knowing that a lot rides on our successful alternation of power. So I thank you all very much, and once again, welcome you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Another round of applause for her, please. We do know the crucial role she plays when it comes to the media. She advocates for us most of the time. And in the areas where we air as well, she lets us know. So, Prof, we're really grateful and we appreciate you all the time. Let me also, at this point, invite Assistant Commissioner of Police, Ms. Victoria Yamwa. She's Director in charge of Police Election Security, Secretariat Police Headquarters. A round of applause for her, please. Oh, and I must say that on the high table, it looks like the women have taken over.
Thank you very much, Na. Good morning to my fellow speakers and to distinguished invited guests. I bring you greetings from the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufudampare. He would have loved to be here, but because of other equal important assignment, he's not able to be here. But of course, because this program is dear to his heart, he asked me to represent him. We all know that Ghana is continue to prepare towards the 2024 general elections, and the role of each and every one is key in ensuring that we have a very peaceful 2024 election. Generally, the management of every election in Ghana is in the responsibility of the Electoral Commission. However, the Electoral Commission alone cannot do it all. It's the mandate of each and every stakeholder to come on board to ensure that the success of the 2024 general election is achieved. We also know that elections are periods of tension and conflict, which can lead to instability, loss of lives, injuries, and loss of public trust. However, peaceful election will form the foundation of a stable democracy because it will ensure that all voices are heard and that the outcomes of the election reflect the true voice of the people. We, from the law enforcement agencies or the National Election Security Task Force, which the police is leading, we are committed in ensuring that we provide the needed safety and secure environment for people to exercise their franchise. This provision of security will be given to each and everyone, be it political parties, the Electoral Commission, the media, the voters, and everyone. Key installation will also be protected. But what we are saying here is that it is not the work for the police or the security services alone. It should be the concern of everybody, which includes the media. Of course, if we in the security services, if we play our role well, and the media fail to play their role well by inciting the public, promoting hate speeches, our efforts will come to naught. And so we'll have to congratulate you for providing this forum. And we are urging you to support us in preaching peace. People who come out with hate speeches, don't promote them. Rather, rebuke their action. Support us in educating the public on their rights and the fact that before, during, and after the election is the responsibility of everyone to ensure that we have a peaceful election. We thank you very much for this opportunity, and please let's continue to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, ACP Victoria Yamwa, Director in charge of Police Election Security Secretariat, Police Headquarters. And she didn't come alone in representing the Inspector General of Police. She is here with Chief Inspector Hassan Mohammed. He's a station officer, Police Election Security Secretariat, also at the headquarters. A round of applause for him as well. Time now to hear our keynote address. And with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Madam Ifia Asantua Asari Chi. She is a WADR board member. Please, you can do better with the applause. Welcome, madam.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Assistant Commissioner, Madam Victoria Yamwa, respected academic, activist, and co-board member, Professor Gajepo, And colleagues and friends of media and civil society, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say how pleased I am to again welcome you all on behalf of WADR to this very important democracy and governance forum under the theme Strengthening Democratic Process, Ghana's Preparedness for a Free, Fair, and Transparent Elections. I feel between Agnes, Farouk, Prof. Gajepo, and Assistant Commissioner Yamua, the keynote address has already been given because I feel they've already thrown out some of the critical key issues that will form part of the day's reflections, deliberations, and conversations. But I will still repeat in a way what they have said. As Agnes mentioned, the forum is part of a broader sub-regional project aimed at strengthening democracy through the media, using particularly the radio to strengthen democracy in West Africa, with the generous financial support from the National Endowment for Democracy. And the objective of this is really to produce and disseminate quality and relevant democracy-related information, like she mentioned. So we are happy to be part of that. WADR is a partner in this, and it's covering, I believe, 4 countries, Agnes, Côte d'Ivoire, Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, and Ghana. But of course, Senegal's election has already held, and Ghana coming up, Côte d'Ivoire and Guinea-Bissau next year. Now, WADR's engagement on this project and the organization of this forum, as Agnes also alluded to, is a principled one that reflects our commitment to the fundamental values of democratic, open, and fair societies in West Africa, as the name West Africa Democracy Radio says. Prof. Gajepo mentioned the emergence of new media and technology. But despite this, traditional media, such as radio, television, newspapers, continue to be a popular medium of communication across Africa. Studies actually estimate listenership to be between 60 to 80% of the continent's 1.4 billion population. And WADR is one of the very few regional stations with coverage across many countries in the West African sub-region. Agnes mentioned 14. I believe the only country that WADR does not currently cover, but is making plans to do so, is Guinea-Bissau, because of the Portuguese-speaking language challenge. She also mentioned the fact that WADR operates in a very complex and difficult sub-region. The political instability and unconstitutional changes of government, particularly in the Sahel region, have led to further shrinking of the civic space, including restrictions on civil liberties and the operations of media houses. So we have that challenge. But fragile democracies, such as those that exist in West Africa, Ghana included, require accountability, and accountability in turn requires transparency. Access to information encourages accountability through that transparency, which is a prominent expression of a profound commitment to ensuring an open and democratic governance and society. And at the heart of this commitment is the idea that accountability is in the interest of the governing as well as the governed. This strengthens, of course, relations and confidence of people in the process of governance and contributes to building public trust in government, raising the quality of democracy and strengthening the civic capacity and empowerment. An alert, informed, and engaged citizenry is the foundation of democracy. Access to information, therefore, is essential to the health of democracy for at least two reasons. First, it ensures that citizens, like Farouk mentioned, make responsible, informed choices rather than acting out of ignorance or misinformation, which I'll come to later. Second, information also serves as a check-in function by ensuring that elected representatives uphold their oaths of office and carry out the wishes of those who elected them. Wouldn't we all wish that? Access to information is therefore a very powerful tool, a fundamental right, and the oxygen of a democratic society with constitutional imperativeness of openness, transparency, and accountability. Therefore, concluding from this, it means that any obstacle to access information would jeopardize the very nascent democratization of our troubled sub-region, but continent as well. So government must be more transparent and accountable in order to make democracy meaningful. So this forum provides us, of course, a unique opportunity to spotlight Ghana, considered and perceived to be a success story relative to other countries, not just in West Africa, but on the continent and beyond. But we all know that Ghana has had a challenging history, and its democratic progress over the course of the last 3 decades has earned it some praise and support from international community. Prof. Gajepo mentioned that, consecutive elections and the power alternations, some would argue are not trivial accomplishments, particularly when you view it in light of the country's history of, military coups d'etats, counter coups d'etats, the short-lived governments, as well as trends elsewhere, not just in West Africa, in Africa, but beyond the continent. But the purpose here, of course, is not to say that everything is going well. In fact, a lot is not going well, unfortunately, and we all know many of the challenges that are not going well. I am actually of the humble opinion, and this is my personal opinion, that Ghana's electoral democracy has become highly performative. Because the socio-economic trends and realities paint a very different picture of the country. Daily existence has become a grind for millions of Ghanaians. So whilst the country was supposed to settle into this hopeful era, things have become very difficult for the average Ghanaian. Ghana today faces its worst economic crisis since the 1980s. Widespread corruption, poverty, hunger, unemployment. We all know public service delivery challenges, slow infrastructural development is hindering that economic prosperity. We've seen recently social unrest, tensions, agitations, the growing gap between the rich and the poor, which makes the very concept of citizenship actually laughable. What does it mean for me to be a Ghanaian when I can't even afford my bowl of fufu and light soup? Critical and legal accountability institutions, key pillars of democratic practices, have either been captured or are on the verge of collapse. It has become fashionable for politicians, and we are in that season. I was telling a colleague, I was joking with a colleague, that is the season of promises. It has become fashionable for politicians to make very fanciful promises and, perfunctory votes buying schemes, which cannot actually be implemented to achieve the desired effect that we all want. Now, as a catalyst to address these complex challenges in governance that I have mentioned, the economy, the society, the media, of course, is that instrument of social change, an essential tool in strengthening democracy by, as Farouk also mentioned, sharing clean, transparent, and reliable information, educating the people, uncovering truths, telling stories, amplifying the voices of ordinary people. democracy is not just about voting, like Prof. and Agnes mentioned. In fact, elections is a major component of it, but it is not only that. It is about public participation in policies that affect the society. And in order for the public to participate or have engagement with the government, they must be aware and understand government business of every day. Therefore, it is the absolute responsibility of the media to fairly and honestly educate and provide the public with information without fear. In Ghana and in elsewhere, the media has been exposed to a number of practices and, hidden deals. The various news channels and radio stations, that keep the citizens updated, we have seen. They have been organizing constructive debates and group discussions about the current political issues in order to enlighten people about the democratic process. I think it was the former or the first, actually, Indian Prime Minister Nehru, who said that I would rather have a completely free press with all the dangers involved in the wrong use of that freedom than a suppressed or regulated press. However, across Africa and beyond, and perhaps maybe buoyed by former, US President Trump's constant lambasting and labeling of the media as enemies of the people, as an opposition party with whom he was at war with, free speech and press freedom is facing threats in some of our countries, including here in Ghana. Intimidation and arrest of journalists is common in other parts of Africa. Threats against journalists and regional leaders in press freedom, such as Ghana. At least we have improved. Last year, the index, were 65. This year, we are 50. So there has been some improvement over the past year. But even regional champions and leaders in press freedom, such as Ghana, Senegal, Benin, they've been sliding back and clamping down on traditional media and new information sharing platforms. So there's a broad range of threats that is facing press freedom in the region. Media houses are also having serious challenges. Poor advertising markets, highly publicized ownership structures has led to economic censorship. Journalists are poorly or irregularly paid. And so they are vulnerable to what they call the brown envelope journalism. And a range of punitive, sedition and libel laws in other countries. Ghana, we outlawed defamation laws a long time ago, but it still exists in other places. It continues to silence those journalists. Journalists are under attack. We also have the phenomenon, I don't know whether it is here in Ghana, but I have seen a bit of it. How widespread, I don't know, which is the politically owned or aligned media that has become, then they end up becoming the mouthpieces of political rivals. So the media serves as a link or a connection between government and the people. Government policies and actions are conveyed to people, and the views, of course, are expressed to make the authorities aware of what the public is feeling. It makes the policymakers aware of the wrongs that may otherwise escape attention. During election period, however, the media has a very important role to play by publishing and scrutinizing candidates for the general public to be aware about the candidates to whom they are planning to vote. An impartial and fearless media is a basic requirement for the success of an electoral process. The position of the media and the work must not be underestimated, and their democratic value cannot be underestimated. Where the media is manipulated, policies are loosely implemented. There is also the tendency to increase polarization and divisiveness in society. Ghana, West Africa, and Africa, I'm coming to a point that Prof. Gajepo made earlier, has a very vibrant, energetic, innovative, industrious, and resourceful youthful population. They are technology savvy and politically aware. But this awareness, of course, has not led to their meaningful engagement and inclusion in decision-making processes. They are not part of the political or economic movers and shakers across the region. Youths are especially targeted. I would imagine my colleague Beauty and others who speak to this, how their youth are targeted during election campaigns. But once they cast their vote, they are quickly sidelined and forgotten. Several, election civic education campaigns, initiatives target young voters. But paradoxically, the victors of these elections are old men. So is the phenomenon of young voters and old victors. And the growing, as Prof mentioned, significance of new information and media technology, especially social media in the sub-region, is doing a positive thing, which is facilitating access to information by ordinary citizens. But this development also has a negative side that we should be aware of. I think that it is, of course, crucial that the media actively work in defense of truth every day for every day, every week, every month. But the spread of fake news right now is a global phenomenon and a very difficult one to address, just given the sheer size and complexity of disinformation efforts. Global giants such as the US, UK, and others have had their democratic process disrupted, and major national and regional level decisions have been made based on fake news that, they've actually corrupted the entire information ecosystem. I don't know how many of you have seen, but there is a video of President Biden placing an "I voted" sticker on his granddaughter's chest. This video was manipulated to make it look as if the president was inappropriately touching his own granddaughter. Of course, it went viral about what a pedophile the president is. We have seen here in Ghana videos, manipulated media. The vice president is not a devout Muslim. He eats pork. The former president, Mahama, is an alcoholic. These are all manually manipulated audio and video content. And those things are very harmful. They are seriously harmful. In India, a country that headed to the polls, almost 1 billion voters, Indian voters were bombarded with proliferation of deep fake and cheap fake. Politicians, celebrities doing endorsement, even dead politicians were endorsing candidates. People who are long dead and gone. Videos were made of them endorsing candidates. That is where we are going into. So the social media platform, unfortunately, are a main vector of disinformation. This is the historic year of elections. Many of you has heard. It's never happened before in the entire world. More than 80 countries have either gone to the polls or are heading to the polls in the last quarter of this year. Consequential big democracies. It started off in places such as Indonesia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, which I've just mentioned, Mexico, the UK, the US is heading to elections, South Africa. Senegal had elections earlier this year, and then Ghana and others. So in this historic year of elections, with a population of at least 80 countries around the world set to participate, there has never been a more critical time for democracy, human rights, and open and fair societies. Challenges to electoral integrity and the safeguarding of democracies has become extremely serious. These range from incitement to violence by political leaders to disinformation that can undermine faith in the electoral process. Of course, and the rise of AI, generative artificial intelligence, is threatening to exacerbate this further. And I have mentioned examples of how AI manipulated media has already played a role in some elections elsewhere. And we are looking at it from Ghana. Last week, I saw a video. I got very angry. I'm told that the famous Kintampo waterfalls has been, destroyed by Galamsey. And then we found out that it was not true. And all those things are important. So that is what is happening. Social media platforms play a central role in civic discourse with their impact on democratic processes and the subject of it. And it's a subject of, extensive debate. But while these platforms can enable a more transparent electoral process by broadening access to information, they are being used to incite election-related violence, spread falsehood, to try and manipulate, public opinion and influence electoral outcomes. This poses a great threat to the upcoming 2024 Ghana elections. Recognizing the importance of social media in opinion generating, major political parties here in Ghana are actually spending on social media. They recruit and deploy hundreds of people working on social media. They are about, false claims about achievements, false quotes, deep fakes, cheap fakes, edited multimedia and audio content, the Twitter bots, the use of influencers in disseminating false information, inauthentic coordinated behaviors, the fake websites, and the parody social media accounts. There's also the attacks against female politicians, female journalists, human rights defenders online. Last week, I was part of a training of members of African parliamentarians. And I met a Ghanaian parliamentarian. And when I finished my training session, she came to me and she told me about the struggle she's having with her account, her Facebook account. And she said, during the elections, I was harassed, I was attacked, all sorts of things were said about me. They even attacked me and told me that I'm a widow. I killed my husband. How can I be standing for political office? So it's not just about the fake news, the misinformation, the disinformation. They are also attacking opposition members, female politicians, journalists, human rights defenders, and activists online. We saw in South Africa, in the lead up to the South African elections in May, a video. It's former President Trump endorsing Jacob Zuma, former President Jacob Zuma of the Mkhonto weSizwe party. The video was fake. It was posted by President Zuma's daughter. But this later on, after checks, we found out that it was a fake video. So it is not just other users doing it, but it is the supporters of these politicians, their family members and others who are also part of this. So I will end here to say that it is crucial that social media platforms defend an open civic space in which people, including members of political opposition, human rights defenders, marginalized voices, can freely express their opinions, share information, and participate in the democratic process. This is the year of elections, and it is especially important that both traditional as well as social media platforms safeguard the integrity of elections. Elections and political transitions can often be marked by escalating tension, and both social media as well as traditional media plays a part in this heightened, threat of violence through what I have already mentioned, the inauthentic coordinated behaviors that will disrupt democratic processes. And we know that disinformation can take various forms and present a very distinct harm in relations to elections and safeguarding democratic space. I believe it's Prof who mentioned the fueling of polarization. Ghana is already very divided, and other parts of other countries in Africa. And it can even undermine the confidence and the integrity of the process. Misleading content can also create, like she also said, distrust in government institutions, in the electoral commission, in the police service, civil society, as well as even the media. So in an electoral context such as the one that Ghana will soon face, traditional media must be wide awake to the approaching chaos. Traditional media must remain an island of truth, trust, and belief in what is sure to be an ocean of disinformation that we are going to face. And given the high stakes, we must understand the depth of the information crisis, just the severity of the false information storm that I feel like we're already engulfed in, and the historical nature of this moment. We are literally at a fork in the road, so to speak, and we could easily be already, I feel that we could easily be already on a dystopian course if we are not careful. So it's a global emergency. It's not just for Ghana. It's time we start treating it as such. It requires, I have heard again through the previous speakers, a multi-stakeholderism approach. All of us, the media, civil society, accountability institutions. I feel like if we work together, we are stronger and much better if we all work together. So I'll stop here. I've just thrown out a couple of issues that I feel we can further reflect on in the sessions that are going to follow. So I wish us a day of fruitful deliberations and reflections, and I'm quite confident in our collective ability to contribute to defining a clear vision of a just, open, and democratic society that we wish for, and how we can play an active role in the realization of that vision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can do better, please. And for Mrs. Efia Santua Sariche, beyond being a board member of WEDR, she is also an independent global group of freedom of expression and human rights experts dedicated to improving how Meta moderates content on Instagram, Facebook, and Threads. And until recently, she also served as a director for accountability and justice at the Open Society Foundations, Africa, and worked with the UN, Save the Children, and USAID. Now, she is a human rights lawyer and development professional with extensive experience in strategy development, program design, and stakeholder engagement across Africa. And it goes on and on and on. She has a very rich resume. And, when she was talking about social media and all that and everything that is happening, I was drawing all the inspirations from there. And sometimes you ask whether there are any rules at all when it comes to social media, because people post a lot of things and get away with it. They say so many things about people and get away with it. A few people try and go to the courts to, get some justice. But a lot of people don't know that there are rules and regulations, and that when you flout those ones, there are laws that can bite you. But thank you once again, Madam. We are grateful for the insights and the keynote address delivered. I'd like to acknowledge a few people. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Edmund Foley. He is the Executive Director for Legal Aid Commission. Also, Samson Ladi Anyenini. He's a very notable voice, veteran journalist, and a private legal practitioner. A lot more people too are here. Madam Beauty Nate is here. Dr. Paul Osekofo is also here. A round of applause for them, please. And yes, so per the program, we should be moving to our next conversation at this point in time, which has to be Madam Beauty Nate. But because of how things started, when we delayed a little bit, what we are going to do is that we're going to take our tea break now and take our photos within 15 minutes, and then we return and have that conversation with Beauty, and then the rest of the team, the panel continues. Thank you all very much for understanding. And for our team in Dakar, would you take over from here? When we return in 15 minutes, then we continue the conversation. Thank you all very much.
Please, can we all move to the back where the backdrop is so we can quickly take our photo and then have our tea and some snacks, please? Yes, so we can have the members of the high table first, and then we'll take a group picture of all of our speakers, presenters, our panelists, I mean, and then we'll have a general photo of everyone. Francis, can we have the photos, please? Hello, hello. Please, can we start coming back to our seats so that we can start off with the second segment of the program?
Hello, everyone. Kindly move to your seats. You can bring your tea, your savories, your drinks along. You can bring them along while you take your seat, please. Hi, everyone. Okay, so we are about to begin the next session. Francis, we are beginning the next session. All right, everyone. Thank you all very much for your cooperation and understanding. So for the second part, we are going to have presentations on safeguarding elections, integrity, accountability, civic education and preventing electoral violence, the role of the media in elections, and then inclusive elections, the critical role of women. I'd like to invite upstage Madam Beauty MFA Nate. She's Executive Secretary for the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition. A round of applause for her, please. Also, Samson Ladi Anyedini, a private legal practitioner and veteran journalist as well. Also, Dr. Rosina Foley. Dr. Rosina Foley. She's a senior lecturer, the Department of Political Science at the University of Ghana. No, Samson, your seat is here. Should I? All right. Dr. Paul Osei-Kuffour. Hey, I've added a doctor again. Paul Osei-Kuffour. Okay, he's joining us here as well. And Dr. Peter Obeng Asamoah, Executive Director, Ghana Blind Union. Paul Osei-Kuffour is the network coordinator for Wadr. And then finally, Mawena Azuma. She is a member, Youth Advisory Board for the Youth Bridge Foundation. All right. But before we have the various presentations from our speakers, I would like us all to welcome the Deputy Commissioner of the Electoral Commission, Dr. Bosman Asare. A round of applause for him, please. We would hear some brief words from him and then would come to our speaker. So, Dr. Bosman Asare, the floor is yours. Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. On behalf of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission. The Commission is very excited to be part of this program. As you may be aware, we are in our busy time. So we're not able to come here at the time you give us. However, the Commission wishes to assure each and everyone that we are more than determined to ensure that Ghana has another successful general elections. Yesterday, as you may be aware, so far we've registered almost 18,772,000 Ghanaians. And in terms of the regional distributions, which we will make them available shortly, the Greater Accra lead the pack, followed by the Ashanti region, the Eastern region, the Central, the Northern region, and I think the Western region in that order. And the Commission will likely use 40,649 polling stations. In 2020, we did with 38,622. Now we've added almost 2,000. Before the December 7th elections, we are going to be having a special voting, which will take place on December 2nd. And for the special voting, we are using a little over 300 centers. What it means is that some constituencies have more than the required, they have the minimum numbers. So what it means is that those constituencies are going to have 2 special voting centers. And in this election, we are going to be recruiting 5 people per polling stations. There will be a presiding officer, a ballot issuer for the presidential election, a ballot issuer for the parliamentary election, a verification officer, and a names reference officer. So in all, we are likely going to engage over 200,000, and most of them have been recruited. We are still left with some few outstanding in some few places. And we've also done the exhibition. So very soon we are going to be printing, since the nominations are over, we are going to be printing what we call the notices of poll, which will be pasted in every polling station so that voters will know those who are the candidates for each constituency, as well as those who will be the candidates for the presidential election. After the notice, we are going to be printing the ballot papers for all the parliamentary constituencies and for all the presidential candidates. After which, during that same process, we'll be having the final voters register ready. We'll print and distribute at all the constituencies. So as far as the Electoral Commission is concerned, we were ready yesterday for the elections. And we believe that with the measures we have put in place, Ghana is going to have another successful general election. So we ask all of you to support the commission in all the possible ways you can, through prayers especially. Because in our part of the world, we don't joke with prayers. We think they are very, very central. So through prayers and through your advocacy, let's also encourage people to go out there to go and vote. In 2020, we recorded a voter turnout of almost 79%, a little over 79%. So this year, we are looking at doing more than that. And we expect that each and everyone who is a registered voter should go out there and exercise the franchise. So in conclusion, on behalf of the chairperson again, want to express our deepest appreciation for this invitation. And the commission, our doors are open. If there is anything which is not clear, please feel free to write to us and we'll be ready to explain everything to you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Doc, before you go, one question. How are you handling all the pressure coming from the political parties, especially the NDC has been on the neck of the commission, asking for a forensic audit? Yesterday, for the very first time, we had IPAC being televised. So how is the commission handling all that?
Let me start with this response in a joking manner. I think over the weekend I appeared on Newsfire. Mr. Samson Ladiayenini was the host. I have a certain elderly friend in the US, a lady. She called me on Monday and she said, the way I saw you relax, I noticed that all the things they say, you don't care about it. And I say, actually, we care, but the thing is that the laws are very clear. What we have to do, everything is stated. It's not like we have discretion on a number of things. Almost all the things we do, the law has specified how those things should be done. And we understand that our contest, the democracy is an adversarial one. Our democracy is very, very adversarial, typically from the American, the British, the Canadian, and the Australian system. And these are societies that are well matured, but we haven't reached that stage. So the way we practice it, we've taken it to the extreme. So the consolation we have as an institution is that we always believe that let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing and let's do things also right. And when you look at our processes, from the registration, everything we do with the parties. Everything we do with the parties. For example, the printing of the ballots, which I just mentioned, we write to the parties and the parties will provide 24-hour. The parties will bring their agents 24/7. They have a rotation. We normally will use our 6 or 7 printing houses. The parties, if not all of them, at least for the MPP and the NDC, they are going to provide at least 2 agents per each polling station. Apart from the parties, the Ghana Police Service will be there. Other security agencies will be there. And when we are printing, they are involved. when we finish printing the ballots and we are transporting them to the regions, we transport them to the regional capitals, the regional police armories. And when we are going there, we go with the parties. The police will escort the vehicles, transporting the ballot papers, and the parties will also accompany with their vehicles. So when we are going to Kumasi, the parties will tell their agents that we will likely get to Kumasi at 4 p.m. So agents in Ashanti region meet us there. So when we send the ballots to the police armory in Kumasi, to Cape Coast, to Nkwanta, to Ho, the agents of the parties in those regions will put their seals on the ballot papers. And when we print, we know the serial numbers for each region. The parties are also aware. So for us, we know we are relaxed and we are convinced there will be a peaceful process. And the reason why we are convinced is that everything we have to do. 2020 was our first general election. We were now learning the ropes of doing it. We've done it. And in 2020, which has never happened before, the commission used 6 months, less than 6 months, to compile a new voters register under COVID and to also organize elections. In 36 days, we registered over 17 million people. And I know the host of Newsfire, some people came on his program and they came with certain theories. Oh, that this thing the commission is doing, they cannot do it. Because there's a theory in USA which says A, B, C, and D. And we said, oh, this thing can be done. And we were able to do it. So we think that we've learned a lot from that process. And so what is happening now, we think is just the nature of our politics. So the commission is doing whatever is necessary, whatever is proper to ensure that we have a peaceful process. And so far, everything is pointing to that direction. Thank you.
You have a question? Okay. Okay, so I think that we have taken a slight twist.
Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity. Doc, happy to see you. In the 2020 election, we saw or we had a different layer. Cosmos Kwame Akoli. I'm representing the Institute for Democratic Governance, IDEC. We saw another layer of coalition, which was the regional coalition centers. This was criticized and it's still being criticized. Recently, we had our venerable Afarijana, former EC boss, criticizing this. Are we going to see this in the 2024 election? Thank you.
Oh, let me say that I think the fact that people criticize something, I don't think it makes the thing bad. This is what the commission decided in 2020. We said, when you even discuss with the parties look at the elections from this angle. Who won in this region? Who won in that region in that manner? So the Electoral Commission said, over the years, the strong room of the EC, the one at our head office, has become like a very, very special place. And what made the place special was that you had 25 constituencies. Each constituency's results will come to the head office. And you know the parties, maybe about 150 results are in. And they've noticed that things are not going well. For them to endorse the results. So Commission thought that Ghana is a decentralized political system. Why don't we confine some of the work to the regions so that the parties will also have their agents in those regions? That's another layer of checks and balances. But when you look at the parliamentary election, the final point of the parliamentary election is the constituency. That's the final point. And for presidential election, the whole of Ghana is one constituency. So we can just decide that we are picking the results directly from the polling station to the head office. But for purposes of decentralization, the commission decided, okay, from the polling station to the constituency to the head office. But we also have regional officials. So why don't we, instead of from the constituency to the national office, let's have another layer to check the results. So let's do it from the constituency to the regional. So that at the head office, our job will now be only the 16 regions. Once the 16 regions are in, we put them together, then we declare the results. So when you look at the process now, the parties have an opportunity to send their agents. And Cosmos, in 2021, we did that. The parties sent their top level individuals to the regions. I know for NDC, for example, in Ashanti region, they had a former Attorney General in the Ashanti region. MPP had senior people, but the commission thought that this was a process for the people of Ghana. Why not decentralize it? So that CI is in CI 127. I brought a copy of CI 127. That law hasn't changed. So as we speak now, we are going to be having the regional coalition. And we think that it's the chaos that in the past will characterize the coalition at the national office is now history. Now, if there are problems, we've decentralized it. So the problems will be minimal, shared among. And in 2020, when we did it, we didn't have any problems. And I remember recently when we went to Parliament, one of the parties raised concerns. And within that same party, one of them came to see us and said he wasn't clear. When he explains, oh, go, it's a good thing. Don't talk about it. So we think that it's something which is good. Either than that, we can say, oh, let's make one constituency, the whole of Ghana, from the polling station to the national. But now from the polling station to the constituency. So Ashanti region has 47 constituencies. They put everything together. They send it to the national. Eastern region, 33 constituencies. You put everything together. You send it to the national. Volta region, 18. You put everything together. You send it to the national. In that manner. Oh, you want another question?
Thank you very much. My name is Mercy Ajabing. I'm with the Alliance for Women in Media Africa. Doc, I think mine is a comment, like I said. You would agree with me that news reportage today is calm, and it's calming a lot of nerves. And that is because of the innovation we experienced or encountered yesterday, where the IPAC meeting had other people joining. My only comment as part of civil society, and I think that is what we want to see more, is that the EC, noting the way tensions are coming and other things, would use your position to calm us down by having more of these engagements. Because when there's no communication, that is where there's a lot of suspicion. And coming back to the explanations you have given us, some of us know, others know, but our citizenry, a lot of them are not informed about this. And so take advantage of the many media engagements and put these pieces of information out, because there are certain things that are really stipulated in the law, but a lot of people do not know about it. And so that is why sometimes there's that tension. But I want to also commend the EC for listening to us and having that program yesterday. It's really calmed a lot of nerves down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please.
No, I think that was a comment. He was commending us and advising us to continue. So we'll continue, please. We've been doing that a lot, and we think that many people don't know the work we do. And in Ghana, now the misinformation and the disinformation, I think we had them in the past, but we didn't have the worst, misinformation and disinformation. But we've had them for many, many years. So we think that the EC must go out more and tell people about the work. Because we've noticed that, I can't mention the name of the person, but we met a senior diplomat from one of the major embassies. This was last year. And we explained the things to the person. The person said, so is this how the process is? And some people came to him and said something so different. So we noticed that maybe we've not been telling our story. And we know when you don't tell your story, people will tell your story for you. I think with this regional coalition, if you explain to anyone, the person will now understand. So in 2020, when we were doing the coalition, the head office, there was no problem. People could leave, go home and come the following day. But they were waiting for the regional result. So I think we have to be. And one thing we've learned lately is that when you have a good thing, you say it, and say it again. I remember I thought I was a lecturer at the University of Ghana. But when I started working at the Electoral Commission, I got to know I used to teach at Tech. I didn't know I was teaching at Tech until I started working at the Electoral Commission. When the last time I went to Tech was 1997. My church in Kumasi had a football match, and we went to play at, they call a place Pajo Park. And Beauty, when I was at Lagos, she was there. But they said, oh, this man was NPP patron at Tech. When in fact, so we think that we need to be telling our good stories repeatedly, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
I mean, I think I would have loved to give the room for, I beg you, because we have to also make room
Let's
for.
listen to the panel, please.
Okay, quick one.
Yeah, quick one. Doc, I'm coming from this side. You know, the radio hunter at the Western region. Yeah, part is that the Electoral Commission is a continuous institution. It doesn't matter the government to government. It doesn't matter the persons who are working there. Against this background, and then the comment that was made by the EC that former voters register had animals and stuff like that. Would you accept that it wasn't the best communication from your outfit?
It wasn't the best what?
Communication from your outfit.
Which communication?
The aspect where the commission said that perhaps this was the first time the NDC was taking interest in the voters register because in 2016 there were plants and animals representing humans.
I wouldn't say it wasn't the best communication because the commission was trying to paint a picture that there are many researchers in this room. When you gather data, the data will go through a process. So we were painting a picture that in 2016, when we did the exhibition, we even had an individual, Madam Victoria Yamua will be a registered voter, Madam Victoria Yamua. Then you go there, instead of the picture of the person, to be a flower. So the commission was trying to paint a picture that the essence of the exhibition was to correct these things. Someone, you register and you go there, your name will appear as a female. You will indicate that I wanted to vote at Amekom Methodist JSS. But you go there and you have been given a different place. And you know, let's put points in perspective. Maybe when parties are in opposition, the way they approach things is different from when they are. So the commission was painting the picture that the exhibition does that. It's meant to correct. It's meant to correct. So we were trying to situate that, or maybe you were trying to say we could have put it in a better way. No, at times when in our line of work, at times you need to let people know what has happened. And that's all we were trying to say, what happened in the past, this one pales in comparison to that. And in fact, some of the problems, they are normal. Thank you.
If there is time, we'll probably have to have an open forum for the Electoral Commission because it seems like a lot of people have questions to ask the EC, and rightly so, because they are playing a pivotal role going into the poll. So a round of applause for Dr. Bosman Asare. We really appreciate your time. Now let's move to our panel, and we'll start off with our very first presentation, which will be done by Madam Beauty Emefa Nate. She is Executive Secretary for the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, and she's speaking on the sub-theme, safeguarding elections, integrity, accountability, civic education, and preventing electoral violence. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start on the existing protocols, and Thank you for the opportunity to share perspective on this important topic. Are you showing? Oh, okay, okay. So I also want to say that a number of the issues have come out, and I would re-emphasize some and also skip some of them. Even as we are waiting for the presentation to come up, I would go ahead. So in this brief presentation, we'll talk about electoral integrity. I'll talk about electoral corruption and violence, accountability, civic education, and also give some recommendations for the way forward. So as we have all known, Ghana has enjoyed uninterrupted governance since the country returned to constitutional rule in 1992. And fortunately for us, we have had 8 successive presidential and parliamentary elections, resulting in 3 peaceful turnovers from one political party to the other. Currently, we are at the crossroads of another 8-year political term. And we know that the NDC party is saying they are maintaining the 8, and the MPP is saying they are breaking the 8. The issue even became, the 8 became more popular when the NDC became number 8 on the ballot. So the question to ask is, are we going to see a continuity of the 8-year change cycle, or we are going to see a break in the 8? And another question to also ask is, at what cost will this happen in terms of the change or maintaining of the status quo? Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about electoral integrity, it relates to institutions, systems, and persons. And we know that integrity is very, very important in safeguarding elections and delivering outcomes. And this is generally accepted globally. So without integrity, elections become problematic. In May 2001, CODIO's high-level post-election stakeholders review workshop noted that there is high level of mistrust and suspicion between and among key actors in the electoral process. And we all have witnessed this kind of suspicion. And that is even what we were speaking about earlier regarding the voters' register, which clearly fuels the suspicion between the parties. But the interesting twist is that this suspicion between the parties, especially opposition parties, only happen when that party is in opposition. The same party in government appears to now become the mouthpiece of the EC. And we have seen it with the NDC in 2016. We are now witnessing it with the MPP in 2024. And that is something that, as stakeholders, we should reflect on. How can we make our EC or electoral management body more independent in a way that it doesn't matter whether you are in government or in opposition, you can see that this is an independent body. And the other question that you could also ask is that, is there a marriage between government and the EC that when they are in government, everything seems to be okay, and then suddenly, when they are in opposition, their eyes open to new revelations? Another issue we should also ask is that, have they had opportunity to influence when they are in government, and then when they are in opposition, they feel that the next government is taking advantage. So these are some of the questions that we need to think through. One key issue also with the recent commissioners that we have is that the 7 members of the current commission, for the first time since 1993, were all appointed by the same president, which is the current, or let's say the current government. And that also fuels some of the mistrust and suspicion. Additionally, we also had the issue of the appointment of a commissioner with non-partisan affiliation. So the recent 3 commissioners that were appointed to the EC, one of them was perceived to be a non-party person. And even civil society put out a lot of statements asking for the resignation of this person, but that has not happened. So this also contributes to the misconception and perceptions that are fueled every day. Another issue has to do with correction of irregularities on the result sheets. This we witnessed in 2016 and partly in 2020. More in 2016 when we all heard about the issue of pink sheets, which became a household name in Ghana, the issue of pink sheet. And our current vice president was connected to that issue. And it's important that we must find a way to guard against the recurrence of some of these things. The EC has just explained to us about the regional coalition, but we also know there's a lot of issues concerning that, and civil society and other stakeholders have raised concern about the regional coalition centers, and especially the crowding at these coalition centers, which has also resulted in some incidents that were reported in the last election. Announcements process for the presidential results through the constituency, to the regional, to the national, also has its own challenges. And one issue that came up in the 2020 election has to do with the promise from the EC to announce the elections early, I think within 72 hours, I beg your pardon, which puts too much pressure on the EC in terms of trying to deliver, and some of the errors that were also made public in terms of the figures. So there were about 3 corrections that the EC had to make. And this also make it fuel some of the perceptions and misconceptions. And sometimes it gives the impression that either the EC did, it was a harmless mistake, or it was a deliberate mistake. Additionally, the absence of clear legislation on the process of auditing the provisional voter register is also another key issue that affects the integrity of the process. And this is something that we are battling with now. And I think that beyond this, we need to find a way to have clarity in terms of how the voter register is audited. We also had challenges with some of the elections, especially the parliamentary elections, that people have to go to court. And sadly, most of these parliamentary elections lasted a number of years before disputes are settled. I recall one that even went the full 4-year cycle before there was adjudication. And that is still the problem and has not changed up to date. Fortunately for us, the presidential election has seen some change. In 2016, when the NPP went to court in terms of the presidential election, we spent about 8 months in court. And that also affected Ghana's development in a way, because it puts a standstill in so many activities. But fortunately for us, in the 2024 election, we were able to get a 14 days adjudication time frame for presidential elections. Unfortunately, as I explained, the parliamentary adjudication time frame is yet. We're promised that there will be some amendment. If that has been done, that should be commended so that this election can have that kind of experience. Electoral corruption manifests in misconduct done before, during, and after elections. According to the NCC, corruption is ranked 11th out of 20 issues of concern to Ghanaians in 2020. Additionally, citizens' confidence in the election management body is at the lowest level recorded in 2 decades of service. So currently, this has dropped from 87% in 2016 to 64% in 2020. This also suggests that the electoral management body has a lot to do to build citizens' confidence. And we are happy that at least they have initiated a process where IPAC would have some visibility in terms of media. The media would be live telecast, and people can also be able to participate or follow what is going on without us coming back to the issue where the main parties now come back and report and argue that that was not what happened. So I think the EC should be commended for that. We also want to look at the issue of voter registration processes, which is one key process in the election process. It's alarming, and the EC raised some concern towards the voting and registration of minors, including foreigners, in the election process. So the recent limited registration also witnessed something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that the registration of minors appears to be something that our main political parties seem to be promoting, because one, when you look at the issues that come up, you hear the MPP accusing the NDC, and then the NDC also counter accusing the MPP. At the same time, we've also had an arrest of an NDC person who was registering minors and foreigners, and also we've had an arrest of an MPP executive. So in all ways, we have the two parties manifesting the same issue, and that is why we need to find a way around it. I would say that the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, as part of our education of the youth, we visited a number of schools, and I happened to be there. And I usually use this test to see if these youth are illegally registered or not. So my first question usually when we meet is to ask them, I want to know how many of you have voted or have registered to vote. And you see a lot of hands up. And then the next question I ask is, I want to know how many of you are above 18, and the hands are few. And it's so glaring. So I asked, so those who raised their hands, how were you able to register? And then there will be a bit of laughter. But that also suggests that we have a problem. So I recall urging the EC to put out some form of amnesty for young or minors who have found their names in the voter register to come and have their names deleted without consequence, so that we'll use it as a way to encourage people. And I believe parents and guardians may also be interested in bringing their minors so that their names will be deleted. And that way, we would be able to reduce the number of minors in our voters register. Another issue that has been of concern to the electoral integrity process has to do with vote buying. The Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, the GII, and the CDD, we have been able to monitor this process over the years. And clearly, vote buying, we see it in both camps. It happens with the government in power. It also happens with opposition parties. And I must say that it even happens in the primaries of the political parties during their own primaries. That is before they even come to the national elections. These vote buying manifest a lot. And perhaps that is what has increased the cost of our election and the monetization of our elections. The recent data put out by the UNODC and SHRAJ and GSS survey last 2 years suggests that 10.3% of the adult population of Ghana reported they were personally offered money or a favor in exchange for their vote during the 2020 general election. Specifically, 5.3% were offered money and 5.1% were offered other goods or favors. And some of the goods or favors included Bentwa, included Maggie Cube, included as basic as this. And that's what, yes. Well, yeah, so people are ready to go for the very basic in exchange for their votes. And that should be worrying to us, that if people do not appreciate or value their votes, but are ready to exchange it for whatever is thrown at them, it means that we have a lot to do when it comes to empowering our citizens to understand that their vote is indeed a power that they can exercise. We have also witnessed a lot of these bribery, the Ejisu by-election where EC had to withdraw 2 of its temporary staff over suspected bribery caught on camera. We have witnessed a lot of these issues. The Corruption Watch has even done some reporting on some of this, and we continue to see it. Now, some may be using different dynamics in terms of vote buying and vote selling, but it still exists. And the sad one has to do with vote selling, where people are ready to even request for a negotiation for them to sell. So when you say vote buying, it is the politician that goes to solicit. But in this case, we have seen on the rise citizens now coming for negotiation that I'm ready to sell my vote, which for us is an unfortunate incident. And that's, as I said earlier, may have resulted to the increase in terms of elections, because a modest figure that was presented by the CDD and WFD research suggested that about $100 million is needed for a presidential election. And we understood from the feedback from the politicians that this is just modest. It is not the reality. And we have also been told that about $85,000 is needed to be able to have a successful parliamentary election. And the point is, it doesn't also mean that you are going to win. So it becomes an investment. And perhaps that is even what results in the competitiveness of the election, because you have invested so much. How many of us would want to see their $85,000 just go down the drain? So then it becomes what we say the do or die affair, and people are willing to do anything just to win because they have invested and they have to recoup. And we, in line with the investment, we also have seen a lot of business people taking advantage by supporting our politicians, hoping that when they come into power, they would then be able to recoup from government contracts or other opportunities that they can take advantage of. Another issue we have also observed has to do with incumbency abuse. And we have also monitored that over the years, and we've seen that it's consistent with any government. It doesn't matter who is in government, they are willing to use advantage of their position to be able to get votes. And the recent observation, which is the last election by the EU, they also affirm that there is misuse of state resources, there's abuse of incumbency, there's vote buying, and then there's also unregulated campaign finance. Now, coming to electoral violence, I think a lot has been said earlier, so I'll try and summarize this. None of our elections have been conducted without some pockets of violence. They happen, but by the grace of God, we've not had that kind of violence that other countries have experienced. That notwithstanding, we've had issues. For instance, one of the by-elections, which actually in this particular constituency we are here, this is the Ayawa So West Wogon constituency, experienced the worst electoral violence we had ever experienced, even though by the grace of God, we didn't see lives lost, but we saw lives lost in Techiman and other places. We saw the 8 people who died in 2020. Unfortunately, the criminal justice has not been able to conclude or convict the perpetrators of this heinous crime. And now we are going into the 2024 elections. How do we assure the people of this area that this will not happen, and whoever did this would not just walk out free? So some of the challenges that we've seen associating with the electoral violence has to do, as I said earlier, with the winner takes all, and also the fact that people see it as an opportunity to invest, and so they need to do all they can, including the ballot snatching and all that. Additionally, it's also the perceived or seeming lack of independence of our security agencies. Also having the perception that since they are under the direct control of government, then they are being manipulated by government to the disadvantage of the opposition. So we have seen the Ghana Police Service always coming under attack. We have also seen the deployment of military, even though our electoral laws do not have, military are not supposed to be part of the security agencies directly supervising our elections. But previous elections have, especially the last election, we have witnessed some military personnel who were deployed to some areas, and some of the challenges that also came. Additionally, the lack of political will to end electoral violence is real. We feel that parties or political actors take advantage of this violence, so they are not willing to ensure that it stops. The recent Wale Wale election, where, and this is even an internal primary, it is not a national election, and where somebody can snatch the ballot box at that election between, it's within the same party, ballot snatching was manifested. And these are some of the things that we believe if it's the political will and even the political parties can denounce it openly and ensure that they distance themselves from anybody who behaves like that, that will be. So we're actually excited with the Vigilantism Act. But the question we ask ourselves is that, what was the implementation of that act? What has it really influenced so far? So accountability, a lot has been talked about in terms of accountability. So I'll try and summarize this since I have some few minutes to round up. But one key thing that I want to say when it comes to accountability is that accountability is a collaborative, and it also requires a holistic support of everyone. But we need to also look at the key actors and how they are prepared to offer accountability. So starting with the EC, we saw how Madame Charlotte Osei, in the face of financial accountability, has to be relieved of her post and her 2 deputies. We have also seen how, in terms of the demand for accountability, where the EC, where the deputy has just informed us that they have been able to address some of the issues, the issues that were seen in the Pusiga voter registration that the NDC pointed out. They've been able to address that, and they are ready to even put the voters register out for us to be able to determine if truly that those things have been addressed. So those are ways that you can make yourself accountable. And for me personally, I always encourage that to be accountable means that we have to be proactively putting information out. Being proactive in terms of information disclosure enables increased transparency and accountability. But where we see election management bodies and other actors waiting for pressure, and there will be a lot of calls on them before they put out information. By the time they do that, perceptions would have been formed, and that also defeats the purpose of accountability. I want to also talk about the special prosecutor's role in addressing some of these issues of accountability, especially where the special prosecutor has been pursuing people who are perceived or alleged to have sold their votes or bought votes. Then with civic education, I want to make this point, and that issue came up earlier. How are we educating the citizenry? The National Commission for Civic Education, which has the mandate to do that, we all know is poorly resourced. And unfortunately, this is a very good office that should be leading the charge and should be working closely with the election management body, because most of the things that the election management body will do, they could then channel it through the NCC to be able to educate the citizenry. But they are not able to do that, especially in a country where we have seen sports ballots taking a 3rd position in an election. It means that more has to be done to educate the citizenry. The Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, we are doing a lot to support in terms of the sensitization of the youth. And currently, we have a project where we are reaching a unique group called the first-time voters, because we believe that this is a group that will have a unique appreciation of the issues. They have not voted before. But in terms of educating them, we have not prepared them enough. So most of them do not even know what are they expected to do, how are they supposed to. So fortunately, we are working closely with the EC on this to educate these first-time voters to understand what their vote is and how they can exercise their franchise. So just to run through the recommendations, I would say that We need the EC to improve its transparency and accountability with all stakeholders and continue the good things it's doing, but do more to be seen as transparent. I like the IPAC idea that we have already talked about. And one other issue is to amend the PNDC Law 284 to provide a shorter timeline for the adjudication of parliamentary election petitions at the High Courts and Courts of Appeal. We also think that the NCC, as I said, should be well-resourced. We should also enforce the legislation on the source of funds for political party activities. I must say that evidence suggests that the calamity that we are just having issue is actually fueling or supporting most of our election activities, and that's why we are still having the challenge. So if we are not able to regulate these things, they will continue to depend on serious organized crime activities to support campaign finance. And then we need a robust asset declaration regime. What we have now, I beg to say, it is a joke of the century. We need an asset declaration regime that puts accountability at its peak. And I would just sum up here to say that we need to deepen the intervention that have worked during the 2020 elections, which Kodio has highlighted for us. Finally, I would say that safeguarding elections requires a multifaceted approach that ensures integrity, promotes accountability, fosters civic education, and prevents electoral violence. I'd like to end with this quote from the Kofi Annan Foundation that says that at its roots, electoral integrity is a political problem. Power and the competition for power must be regulated. It is not enough for governments to create institutions. Politicians must respect and safeguard the independence and professionalism of election officials, judges, and courts. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Madam Beauty, for your presentation. Thank you so much for your time, Madam. All right, we need to call on our next speaker now, and he says he would try and sum up because of time. Please, let's welcome to the podium Mr. Dwaise Barrister Samson Ladi Ayenini. He is a legal practitioner and, of course, a senior in this industry. Sir, you have the floor. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Samson.
I'm trying to arrange my timer and see if I can run through what I want to do quickly within some 15 minutes, and then we'll use the question time to expand. So let me begin on the note of some good news to Beauty. The CJ has given the firm assurance that the Rules of Court Committee is working on dedicated rules for parliamentary election petitions so that we may have a turnaround time of about 6 months to determine a parliamentary election. We probably may have less. Presently in Ghana, the turnaround time for a parliamentary election disputes is a year, 2 years, if you are lucky, sometimes. And I was privileged to do a paper which has been submitted to her for her consideration to make sure that we are able to do these disputes hearing within 3 months. In 2016, after the 2013 presidential election petition, 2012, the rules of court provided that the process must be expeditious. Expedition took us 8 long months. Once again, I was privileged to lead a process that resulted in the new rules that we have, which has a specific schedule for trial for 42 days. In that process, I actually proposed 100 days. And a good number of the Supreme Court judges agreed. Then once I submitted my work, I found out later that they were cutting it down to trial for 42 days. And I was very happy because in Kenya, it is set in their constitution, 14 days. Presidential election petition is determined. So let's see how that goes because it will be helpful. And as you mentioned, Wali Wali and all, I just came from Wali Wali because I did that case in the High Court. And our courts are capable, except we allow too much discretion to the judges. I did an election petition, parliamentary election dispute, ahead of the 2016 election, and the CJ commanded the judge to ensure it was done within acceptable period. We did the case within 2 weeks. It was done. So we are capable of a lot, except I don't know what the problem is. So I have the habit of preparing speaking notes. And if you allowed me, I'll speak hours on end by trying to expand it. I am very sure that we are familiar with the 2024 Afrobarometer African Insights. Democracy is at risk. Now, we are at a time where we have been talking about democratic recession. People are not seeing the dividends of democracy. And sadly, we are sinking so low that we are ready to accept military, rule because democracy is not producing the results. Well, that's a very bad thing, though. So more than half of Africans, 53%, surveyed across 39 countries, are willing to accept military regime. So you ask me, where am I going with this? I'm talking about the role of journalists. You have everything to do with it. The elections we are talking about in Ghana are conducted by the Electoral Commission under a number of substantive laws, beginning with the Constitution. I'll share a few of the laws with you. And the laws are so terse. And my regret is that journalists feel lawyers must be the one telling you what exists in the laws. The laws are so terse. Some of them you flip just how many pages. You have finished reading and you feel better empowered to do your work. They are written in plain, simple English. You don't need to abdicate your role to a lawyer to explain to you. So you can't hold some of the parties to account. You keep reporting, he says, she says, they say. When they are spewing rubbish and you know the law and you put it to them and expose them sometimes, but you don't do it. These days, I'm told a few people don't want to come on my show, and I'm happy about it because they are not coming because if you come, I won't allow you to deal with the fake stuff that we have been told about. It's all over the place. Okay? So in 2005, this is the trust that the EC enjoyed. 75% among the people. And by 2022, it is managing 33% trust. That's really bad. But guess what? You have everything to do with it as media. You have not been helpful. I'm sorry to tell you that. Now, please move on. Next slide. you see, it's okay, stop there. Come down, come. Let me get to Christopher. No, yeah, yep, it's it, right. So these two Ghanaians are in Australia at the Monash University, and they published this paper not too long ago. And they found that in the space of 45 years, from 1956 to 2001, this is the number of coups that Africa experienced, 327. If I didn't disclose this to you and you didn't know, and I asked that we randomly guess how many coups had been attempted within sub-Saharan Africa alone, you may have said just a few dozens, in excess of 320. So 327, even though only 80 of them were successful. Why do I bring in that to the question of trust and democratic recession? It is because if we are trusted as media to do a good job, we can improve these things by making sure that we are fact-checking and doing our work well. These coups that have happened over the period and research recently are blamable mostly on opaque governance, lack of openness in the governance. It takes you, the media, to ensure there is openness, particularly in this open society that we find ourselves. Now, what you need as your role is not for me to say. They are basic, but I'll reinforce a few to you, beginning with the supreme law of the land, the 1992 Constitution. This is the preamble. Very important. The preamble says, we the people. I need you to note that because I'll come back to it. It says, we the people. I'll come back to ask if you are serving the people by the way you are dispensing your job as a journalist. So it is we the people who desire the blessings of liberty, equality, and opportunity. And of course, we want prosperity. Did you know that in your constitution, it says that governments have a responsibility to ensure that there is a sound economy? Sound economy. And it actually also suggests, it doesn't suggest, it says that what makes your democracy safe is welfare of the people, if it is taken care of. So this is what we the people want. And we want accountability, we want probity, and the rest of them. Please move on. Above all else, we believe that in the principle that all powers of government spring from the sovereign will of the people, we the people. I'm going back to the we the people. And then we say that we believe in the principle of universal adult suffrage. That means one man, one vote. One woman, one vote. So that's how we came to adopt the Constitution for ourselves. In Article 1 of the Constitution, after the preamble, the very first article you meet reinforces that power beyond which there is no power again. I'm not talking about the metaphysical. I'm talking about real, what we can deal with. I'm not talking about divine. In every state, the power beyond which there's no other power is called sovereignty, sovereign power. Sovereign power of Ghana is not in your president. We, the people, remember that. The sovereign power of Ghana springs from the people it resides in the people. And government is supposed to exercise this power for and on behalf of the people, ensuring that their welfare is taken care of. So basics, we must deal with the basics to hold people to account. That's our duty as the media. Then I quickly take you to Article 21. Article 21 is the basis for which we now have the RTI Act. So you have the opportunity to get information. Now, it says all persons shall have the rights. It's a right. Right to what? To information. So that's your job. We don't live in the Athenian society where people will gather under the amphitheater. Their president is there and can speak to all of them. That cannot happen anymore. So it is the media that is the channel to reach the people, and the other way around. The media will take from the people and get to those who are in leadership. And here's the bottom line of everything I'm here to share with you today. Article 162, Clause 5. If you know me too well, you will know that I keep saying, this is the reason I still do media. Because if it has to do with wanting my daily bread, I don't need to sit in the studio, host shouting matches to earn what I need. Okay? I don't need it. Because I am in active practice. Daily, I go to court or I'm doing some work comfortably without anybody looking at me and judging me. And because when you sit in the media, on TV and radio, the whole country is judging you, whether you've done well or you haven't done well. And you also suffer the problem that Dr. Bosman and his friends suffer. Okay, the NDC and NPP. Today, at the end of your show, you are NDC. Tomorrow, at the end of your show, you are NPP. Well, I keep telling them, those two, for as long as they are not criminal organizations, there's no crime to associate me with them. But in my conscience, I know that I'm not interested in them. I'm interested in keeping them to do what we, the people, need. The power we give them, what they should do. So here is what the Constitution says you should do. My friends, it's not some subsidiary law. This is the supreme law. This is what it said you should do as a journalist. I know as media, you know your roles already, but I need you to pay attention to what the Constitution says you should do. It says you should do 5 things. 5 things. First, it says all agencies of the mass media shall, in law when we say shall, it means mandatory. Shall at all times, not some of the times, okay? All times be free to uphold the principles. So you are supposed to uphold 1, the principles, 2, the provisions, 3, the objectives of the Constitution, and 4, you shall uphold the responsibility, and 5, accountability of the government to who? Are you here? Right. You're supposed to do that to who? The people. Because they are what? Sovereign. Because they decided that they want a constitution and for the purposes that they need it. I find that I've just hit my 15 minutes. So let me try and see how I can really wrap this up for you, and then I'll take your questions at the right time. So ask yourself, how well are you doing this? You are upholding the principles of the Constitution. How well do you know the Constitution? When was the last time you picked the Constitution and read any part of it? And people come to you, you are interviewing them, they are sitting in your studios as hosts, and they are just misleading right there. And you should be able to hold them to account. But you are not doing so. You're supposed to uphold the principles of the Constitution. The principles in the Constitution include that if people are going on a demonstration, they have a right to do so because the Constitution provides for it. if their demonstration is being frustrated, not in accordance with law, what is your role? You must state it. Don't say that democracy have people say, the police say. What do you know what the law says should be said? If there is a party that is saying the EC must do A, B, C, and the EC is being reluctant or is being, unreasonable, sometimes they do. Okay? You don't listen to what the party is saying and what the EC is saying without having a basis from what the law says. So my job here this afternoon is to tell you that if you're supposed to hold the principles, you should know the principles. If you're supposed to uphold the provisions, you should know the provisions. If you're supposed to hold the objectives, you should know them, because if you don't know them, you can't uphold them. If you're supposed to uphold the responsibility of the government, the accountability of the government, there are 5 to the people. You must know them. If you don't know them, you can't. In Article 12, it tells us something. It just informs us that not only the executive, but the legislature, the judiciary, and all other organs of government and their agencies are supposed to comply with all these rights that are given to the people, the rights which include the principles and the objectives of the Constitution. Are they upholding them? Are they defending them? If they are not, what are you saying? Okay? You should know that the circuit court cannot say because they are a judge and they have discretion to exercise in a bail, they should deny people who are not a flight risk bail and send them to custody for 2 weeks. You are not holding the judiciary accountable when you do that. That is wrong. That is absurd. That is against the grain. That's against Article 296 of the Constitution, which says discretionary power must be exercised without bias, without prejudice, and in accordance with due process of law. So don't say a judge has said, and this person says it's wrong. So you are reporting that person. Let us know where in the Constitution it says that is wrong. The law says bail should not be used as punishment. If they have used bail as a punishment, you should be able to say it. Don't wait for a lawyer. When you call me to interview and I'm not available for the interview, that is it. You can't do your show. That's wrong because it's there. Look at it and share it. I'm in the 20th minute. So this is what I'll do. Go forward. Just move on. I'll show you something here. We have to know our role in the elections. The right to vote. The Constitution is very clear about it. And I brought up these cases to show you something. The Constitution says once you are 18, you are sound mind, you are Ghanaian, you are allowed to be registered and to vote. But that vote is so important that in Ahuma Okanse versus the Electoral Commission 2010, our Supreme Court said even prisoners. So if the EC by its acts is frustrating just one person, don't sit and watch. And don't let the political parties speak about it and you take it as trivial. Oh, it's just one person. So what? No, you don't do that. That's wrong. One person's vote is important. Even if you are a prisoner, the Supreme Court said you should not be denied your right to vote. Okay? We have thrown you into jail for your wrongs, but it says vote. In 10 Ade versus Attorney General, the Supreme Court said because of one man, he asserted his right. The Supreme Court said he should be registered and allowed to vote. Move forward. I'll show you one more of that. And then, go forward. Benjamin Ayi-Mensah, this is more recent. You will know about it. 2015, the district assembly elections, the EC took some missteps. It did not promulgate the CI that it needed to promulgate to prescribe the process. And then he went ahead to open nomination for district assembly elections and close the nominations, shut the door behind this guy. This guy said, you lie back. He went to the Supreme Court. What did they do? The elections were to happen on the 3rd of March. Okay? The Supreme Court stopped the elections. We had spent, as we are informed, go for it, in excess of 317 million Ghana cedis for that election. We had done all the advertisements, done all the printing, ready to just go for the elections. Because one man's vote was at stake, the Supreme Court said, you will not go ahead with the elections. It stopped the elections because of one man. So I need you to know, if one man's vote is at stake, don't go around the polling station and be reporting as if it is not important. One man is being frustrated at the polls, upheld their rights. Because you know what? In parliamentary elections, it takes one vote to make a difference. One vote to decide a winner, one vote to decide a loser. In our presidential elections, it's 50% plus one. Is that not how we calculate it? Right. So it's important. Now, I'm showing you that you need to know these laws. Just go, no. I'll just show you that and I'll end. Here. This one, you know it. Pakusi Indum. He was also being denied the opportunity to be on the ticket. Supreme Court said, we have told you before, one man. Don't leave them behind. Now, we have what you call the Electoral Commission Act, 1993. It's not much. Please, my invitation to you is look at it and read it. You know all their functions, what they are allowed to do, what they cannot do, things the parties ask them to do that the parties cannot be asking them. Tell them to their face, you can't be asking these things. The Representation of the People Law, 1992, okay? PNDC law, that also provides a lot of what the EC can do and cannot do and tells the voters too what their rights are and what they also cannot do. That is what we, in 2006, we amended to provide for diaspora votes. I did that case where the court said the Electoral Commission should go to Parliament and pass a CI so that all Ghanaians living everywhere can participate in the elections. I hear you join some of the parties suggest that that is too much. In this time and age, you say that is too much. We can't manage what we have here. So people abroad who are Ghanaians, who at certain times, their remittances, the ones we have recorded, at certain times has been more than what you generated internally. If you think they don't contribute to your economy. Your internally generated revenue, your diaspora people who the monies, the remittances they send, and most of it is not recorded. The ones that is recorded, for 2 years, they did more than you have been able to generate in Ghana, and yet you say they cannot vote. Niger, Bosman Asari is here. They are helping Nigerians in Ghana to vote. Come on. They are helping Nigerians to vote. Here in Ghana, in diaspora vote. So you should know this law. And then the Political Parties Act 2000, the very latest that we have. You can also read that, and then you get to know all the other things that the electoral process says. Just go to the end of it. You get to know all that it says. There are a lot of offenses in there. Bribery, influences, you know them, so that when you are reporting, you can be assertive. When someone does wrong, you can point out that they have done a wrong. Thank you. So I say, know your fivefold duties, role that you are supposed to play as journalists, because they are enshrined constitutionally. And if we don't do them, we let the people down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samson, for the very concise but in-depth presentation. Another round of applause for Mr. Ladi Anyenini. All right, let's, with a round of applause, welcome Dr. Rosina Tholi, and she will be speaking to the subject, Inclusive Elections, the Critical Role of Women. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much. Standing on the existing protocols and also commending my earlier speakers because they have touched on a lot of the things that I would have mentioned in my discussion. I will be looking at what inclusive elections refer to. Then I will touch on the role of women. And in touching on the role of women, I will look at our history so far in getting women involved and some of the barriers they have encountered, which may have either directly or indirectly prevented them from being included in our elective process. I'll start off by saying that as a democratic country, elections are critical to our democracy. We can have elections without democracy, but we can't have democracy without elections, because there are countries that have periodic elections, but they are not democratic. So once we say we are a democracy, then we need elections. And if we need elections which give all citizens the opportunity to directly participate in governance, then we have to do it right. Something mentioned Athenian democracy, where people are able to directly contribute to governance. In our case, we are not able to do that. And in modern era, there is no country that directly does that. The US, people vote for an electoral college that in turn votes for the president. In our case, we vote directly for our president and our parliamentarians, and they represent us. So, elections are important not only in democracies where people have the opportunity to directly contribute to decision making, but even in authoritarian regimes, they want to say the people gave us the mandate. So they organize elections to get this mandate. So elections give our rulers the mandate to carry out their policies, to carry out their manifesto promises. So we have to do it right. So when we talk of inclusive elections, what do these refer to and what does it mean? So when we talk of inclusive elections, we are referring to an election where all eligible people or voters have the opportunity to choose their elected representatives. So looking at this definition, when you are talking of inclusiveness, then you are looking at the people being involved, they are eligible, and they have the opportunity. In our constitution, to be able to vote, you must be a Ghanaian, 18 years, have sound mind, and be registered to be able to vote. And once you are registered, you can vote in an election. And you must also have the opportunity. So when we talk of opportunity, we are referring to circumstances that makes it possible for a person to do something that they would want to do. So on the day of election, 7th December, we all have the opportunity to go and vote. And Ghana being not a strictly religious, being Muslim or Christian, our 7th December is what we go with. So if it falls on a Sunday, we all go and vote. If it falls on a Saturday, we all go and vote. If it's Friday, we all go and vote. So the opportunity is also there. And Madam Beauty touched on electoral integrity. Inclusiveness is one of the principles of electoral integrity. For you to say your election is integrous, it must exhibit inclusiveness. And that also demonstrates the principles of universal suffrage and political equality. One man, one vote, one woman, one vote of equal value. And the election must be professional, impartial, and transparent, both in the preparation and administration throughout the electoral cycle. And we have seen here the EC, I think one of their slogan or motto is transparency in motion. So they try, at every stage, they try to make things transparent and also be professional. To be able to deliver an inclusive election, then, the EC, which is the electoral management body, must ensure that there are no barriers preventing citizens, both men and women, from participating. And both men and women should be able to participate without any barriers, and both in the passive suffrage and active suffrage. So when we talk of passive suffrage is where you are able to stand for a position. Active suffrage is where you are casting your ballot and voting for a candidate. So having talked about what inclusive election is all about, now what is the role of women in inclusive elections? I would want to refer to the Population and Housing Census 2021. Females are over half of our population. Then the provisional data that the EC gave us, of the 18,772,795 valid voters that they have recorded, 51.6% are females. So it means we cannot really go into this election and neglect women issues and say that they don't really matter. And I'm really happy that the EC also gave women 25% discount filing fees so they can file. Even though from 1992, we haven't had a lot of female presidential candidates, we have had some female presidential candidates. So this is encouraging, and we know that going forward with the reduction in filing fees and the Affirmative Action Act being passed, we are hoping that progressively we'll get there. So historically and currently, women have proven their capability and their capacity to lead and to be involved in leadership. Over the years, we've seen and heard of Yas and Twa. We've heard of Queen Mothers currently and in the past governing their people in integrity. We have also read of the independence struggles, and we have seen the role that women played. We have witnessed women activists, and in our midst today, we had Professor Audrey Gajepo, who is one of the women activists in our times. I have encountered Professor Joji Chikata, who has also been one of the strong activists that we have seen. We have women leaders. Currently, we have seen in the Fourth Republic, a Speaker of Parliament, Madame Joyce Adeline Bamford Addo. And we have seen 3 Chief Justices in this era. And we have seen various leaders who are women. And from my university, we have the female Vice Chancellor. And these women have shown that they can excel when given the chance. So, women roles, active and passive suffrage. One way that we can get our women in to play the role that we want them to play and for us to see our elections as inclusive is to increase the number of women in elections. More women in elections mean we'll get more women elected into governance and to political leadership. And in so doing, we can benefit from the skills of our women. No country can develop if it decides to leave behind 51.6% of its population and just go along with the 49%. We need both to work together. And I would say that a woman has a lot of skills, which we have cultivated over time, right from quote and unquote, the private sphere, which is the domestic sphere, the kitchen politics, which unfortunately we have been assigned to say that that is our place. We have built skills from there. There are women who can multitask, caring for the kid, taking care of the home, running a business in the home at the same time, and making sure that people turn out to be who they are today. So these skills can help a country to develop. And for a developing country, we need all these skills to come into play. And when we have a lot of women in leadership positions, we know what women need. So the doctors are advising that women need 6 months exclusive for our children. And our law says we can take 3 months maternity leave. But I'm sure if a woman is making that law, the woman knows that you need more than 3 months to leave your child at home to go back to work. And this begins with including women in the elective process. Research has shown that Ghanaians do not discriminate against women when it comes to elections. So a research that was done showed that if you had about 10% candidates in an election, for instance, the parliamentary elections, in the end, you have a proportional number of MPs represented in parliament. So we have, on the next slide, a table that shows over the years the percentage of women candidates, and in the last column, the percentage of women MPs. So in 92, the women candidates were 5.2%, and we did better and had 8% women MPs. In 96, 7.3%, we had 9% women MPs. 2000, we had 8.7% of the total candidates being women, and we had 9.5%. Then in 2004, 10.9%, the same percentage represented. And the last election, which is the 2020 elections, we had 13.8 women candidates. And in parliament, we had 14.5. It shows that if a woman is on the ballot, she'll be voted for. So we have to get women on the ballot. Ghana hasn't really crossed the 30% mark ever. This is the first time we've reached the 14.5 in our 30 years of democracy. And being the first nation in the sub-region and touting ourselves as the beacon of democracy and everything, I think we need to do better than what we are doing now. The first thing we need to look at in making our system very inclusive is the electoral system. And I know that there is an amendment consultation of our constitution going on currently. What we have is the first past the post system. This usually leads to two strong parties, and it's highly unfriendly to women. So when we have a proportional representation system, it is easier for us to have increased numbers. So anyone who contests gets some percentage. So for instance, our women presidential candidates, if they're able to cross a certain mark, if it were to be in the proportional representation, they'll be given some number of seats in parliament. And with that, we can have more females in parliament. Besides that, the high cost of primary elections, the primaries, very expensive. So we learned that $100 million for the presidential election and $85,000 for parliamentary elections. And in terms of wealth, the share of wealth in our nation, females control less than 30% of the wealth. So when it comes to fundraising, getting campaign resources and everything, the female candidates will not have these monies that we have to share and those that we have to use to print T-shirts and all the things that is required to really get. And now we are buying TVs and bicycles and motorcycles for delegates to be able to elect you. So this just takes a lot of women out of the race. And to get us included in this process, these things have to be looked at again. I know the political parties have tried several things, reducing filing fees, expanding the delegate base. But what it did is to rather worsen the problem. When you expand the delegate base, then the candidate must try to appease everyone. So if previously it was 50 delegates, now it's 150, and you have to find money to, quote and unquote, sort everyone out if you want to get something. And sometimes you are giving 100 cedis, and on the day of election, someone is giving 200 cedis, putting it in envelopes for everyone. And you know you are not going to make it because now the voters are saying, we want to chop whilst we can. Because once you are in office, we'll not have that opportunity again. Besides this, it's not a crime for a woman to contest for an election. In our society, when a woman is contesting for an election, there are a lot of things that are said to these women. And I think Ifia mentioned some of them. Sorry if I didn't get your name right. Where people are really tagged as prostitutes. They ask you, are you married? Do you have a child? And all sorts of things are said. As if when you are not married, you have no capacity to lead. You don't have what it takes to govern. So marriage and governance have been equated, which is not the case. It's wrong. So this stereotyping of women who go into politics, who decide to sacrifice to lead a nation, doesn't help to encourage others to want to go into it. So you tell a woman, oh, why don't you stand for this? Said, I don't think I want to do this because of A, B, and C. They'll say you are this. You can't even dress the way you want to dress. If you wear artificial nails, they said, no, look at her. She's a witch. She can't lead us. So we have to be looking at all these. And then also, electoral violence may prevent some people from contesting in elections. So, how do we sum all these up? Women are important in our development process, and we have to include them. So we have to take out all the barriers. We have to re-socialize our up and coming generation to know that a woman who is not married, who wants to lead, is not coming to ruin the nation. She's coming to lead and to help, and we have to bring everyone on board if we want to develop. So I will end here, and hopefully during the discussion, we can talk a lot more about these. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosina Foley. We really appreciate your time and you making time to be here with us. So what we are going to do right now, we are going to open the floor for some questions. Our three speakers that have spoken so far, Samson Ladi, Anyenini, Beauty Nate, as well as Dr. Rosina Foley, they will be available to answer your questions. When we are done with that session, we'll go for lunch, we'll come back and do our next three speakers. We take our questions and then we wrap the day up. All right? Or you'd want us to do everything. You want us to do everything. Oh, our speaker said we should do everything, then go for lunch. If you agree, say yay. Hey, the yeas have it. I won't even ask for no. Okay, so if that's the case, but let's quickly take our questions for our first three speakers, and then we'll go to the next three speakers. Our very first question, Rebecca Ekpe. She is with the Ghana Journalists Association. She's a
It's a quick one, actually. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It's a quick one.
Kindly introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Rebecca Ekpe. I'm a journalist by profession. Currently, I work as the editor-in-chief for GBC Online, which is the official news portal for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, which is an online platform. Another cap I wear is the cap, that's the Ghana Journalists Association, which is the body that has oversight when it comes to professional issues of journalists in Ghana. I'm the public affairs officer. Thank you for the opportunity and the invitation to be here. My question goes to Mr. Samson Anyenini. I just wanted to pick your thoughts on this particular issue. We all agree that the role of the media is very, very important in all this conversation, especially when it comes to our democracy. We cannot do without the media. And we also agree that the media has gone through a lot and currently going through a lot of challenges, just like Ghana's democracy. One of the issues that we have flagged, I would say the media in Ghana, which is the Ghana Journalists Association, after we have visited all the regions in Ghana in an exercise to train journalists on election reporting through a project that we dubbed Journalists for Peaceful Discourse with support from the US Embassy. One of the many issues that we picked up from the journalists themselves is the issue with media ownership. Who are the people who own the media that we need in order to ensure that our democracy is viable? The question has come up, and we also realize that the fragmentation of the media in Ghana is the bane. There's a multiplicity and duplicity of media platforms. The content that is being churned out sometimes leaves much to be desired. These and many other problems that are confronting the media ecosystem today, coupled with viability and sustainability, are questions that have left us asking ourselves, what can we do about it collectively as a people? I'd like to pick your thoughts on the issue of media viability and multiplicity and duplicity of our media ecosystem and all the issues that there are. And what do you think we can do as a people collectively to address these myriad of challenges, particularly now, short term, as we inch up to December 7? Thank you very much.
Mr. Sampson, the mic is just in front of you.
Okay, so quickly what I'll say is that that's a real issue. And as you asked the question, I went to open up some work I did for Reporters Without Borders about media ownership. I believe that one of the ways to resolve that issue is the broadcasting bill that has been gathering dust for a very long time now. Because the broadcasting bill provides, among others, that to be giving frequency authorization, TV or radio, we must know whether you are politically exposed. In fact, in the state it is now, politically exposed persons are prohibited from taking the licenses because we know the danger that can cause. For those who know the story properly, so to speak, of one of our, friendly countries where the media played a part that led to complete chaos in that country and the massacre that happened. If you watch our terrain now, you will say that provision is good. Then, particularly on the conglomerates that are building up. So you have a party person, they don't have to be a party person. They want to own 4 media houses in Accra, 2 in Kumasi, 1 in Tamale, 1, and then they hold a monster that can do a lot of damage. The law, the bill, does not allow you to have more than 3 countrywide. And I have said, part of the reason that bill has never been passed is because of these provisions in the bill. Because the people who are going to pass the bill, they are the ones who are amassing the media licenses to themselves. And sometimes they acquire the licenses, they don't actually need it. They just take it, hold it, and then sell it off at higher prices. So sometimes we say it bluntly, and people say you have to be a bit measured about it. And I'll end this on that note. When the NPP came to power, 2017, the first steps they took with the media, it was needed because there were media that had faltered in the regulations. Some were owing so much, they were not paying, they were not renewing. And you can't continue to live that way. So they began to crack the whip. But we found that it was not done in a manner that was transparent and in a manner that was fair, because certain media houses were collapsed because they were owing. Certain media houses that should also have been collapsed because of same reasons survived. And right after that, because the NDC had done something very wrong, they were dishing the licenses like confetti to people who didn't even deserve licenses. I know people that I edited as an editor for the Chi broadcast who didn't know anything, and suddenly, because of their access to the government, got as many as 2 frequency authorizations. And they didn't really have money to set up the radio station. They were selling. Some got TV licenses. They didn't have money to set them up. They were selling. And this is a finite, property. So the NPP came in. They also found that there was not too much, and they needed some for their people. So what did they have to do? When they did the clamp down and they got only a few, they decided that the stations, for example, radio, that were operating 100 kilometers radius, there were about 11 of them, your big radio stations. They said, we are going to reduce you to 45. It's not for policy reasons. It is because they needed more licenses to give to some of their people who needed the licenses. And we went to court. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful, and they did that. Okay, so I believe the broadcasting bill is very important and must be passed not in a diluted form. Community radio, properly catered for by the broadcasting bill. And we need all of these. Radio must not be about hot political talk. It must be for development. And rural areas need them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson, for your response. Do we have more questions? Okay. Should we take all of the questions and then we go for the responses, or we take them individually in response? Maybe we should take all of the questions to kill time. All right. Gideon Lemsa. Oh, Mr. Fuller. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will remain a humble public servant. But given where I sit, when I came to the Legal Aid Commission, I saw that one of the things that we are supposed to do is to provide legal assistance for anybody who has an action under the Constitution. I am not encouraging you to do that. I'm just waiting. If you come, I will provide you with a lawyer. But it just set me thinking that if we're also not careful, I could get a very crazy busybody who would come and use the state's resources to foment trouble, and hence my very keen interest in this discussion. But this is a recommendation to all of us who observe the democracy space in Africa. My dear sister Foley, also as a political scientist. I think over the last 30 or so years of electoral democracy in Africa, a lot of the focus has been on the cycles of getting people into power. The downside with that, what it has done for us, and I think humbly in our own country, is to run a certain narrative that it is only those who get elected who are wise enough to run the country. We essentially cut out intellect, wisdom from anybody who has something to offer to the development of the country. And maybe also as media, it is they who we give the platform. So you would say, why would people like Edmond Foley not want to get into politics and all of that? I think I have something useful to offer my country. That's why I have come home to serve in public service. But I do recognize some of the structures we have to deal with. But at times I also question, why must I always get the fiat of a certain political head to be able to express the wisdom that I have to help my country? Why that medium? And that medium, sadly, is also producing for us a lot of people who, with all due respect, may not have the wisdom to lead our countries. With democracy, I said, everyone can talk, but also foolish people can talk. And if we get more foolish people talking, then we're going to have problems. So maybe let's expand our discussion, not for today, but in the future. How do we get inclusive governance? I was just looking at the topic we are dealing with, so that in between these types of ways of choosing leaders, we actually have engagement. And that's why I think beyond, quote unquote, the tokenistic putting of women, persons with disabilities, children there, we actually get real input from them. Some of the laws we are passing, yes, cut the percentage for women and all of that, I feel might be a bit tokenistic, not really getting what they are bringing to the table. So beyond this room, for those of us who have the opportunity to engage these spaces, let's perhaps start shifting the discourse from what the development partners, the Bretton Woods institutions, the West gave us some 30 or so odd years ago, which was relevant. But now, the Gen Zs of today and all, this means nothing to them. Otherwise, soon, the next phase of democracy will be businessmen and women running our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My question will go to Mr. Labi. You did justice by walking us through some of the legal areas regarding, for journalists. And so I was very happy to talk about legal issues. When Madam was presenting from the Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition, she mentioned about the appointment of the Electoral Commissioner and the members as well. You would agree with me that after 1996 general elections, starting from 2000 up to 2020, we have had countless allegations about EC, the Electoral Commission, in terms of trust, integrity, independence. But then we all know that the Constitution that guarantees the power to the president to appoint the Electoral Commissioner and its members, nominate, it says that the president shall appoint or nominate the Electoral Commissioner independent, constituting that Article 43, But in itself, the moment you start by saying that the president is going to appoint or nominate, then the bit about the independent itself is already taken off. Because really, you can't say someone is going to nominate and then you have majority in parliament, they will now confirm and the person now leads the Electoral Commission. Permits me to ask you, what do you think we can do to that particular Article 43? Isn't it high time that we look at changing that particular article? Because really it's not working, and you agree with me on that. For me, as I stand here, if I read Constitution that says that the president appoints and you attach independence to it, technically it defeats the very purpose. And so please, can you suggest some ideas of what you think we can do to tackle this? Thank you very much.
So I think we can get response for this too, or one more before. Okay.
My name is Michael Yaku, coming from the Hunterland in the Western region. I'm the lead of a typical community radio station in the Hunter West district. I also work in the NGO space as well. I want to throw some few concerns or questions to our lady doctor and then my own sister Beauty. You did justice to your topic, talking about inclusion and of women. But my point is that how can we as a people solve this particular problem when the two sides of the coins are all true? The leaders who are coming themselves, I'm talking about the political parties who are actually major players of the game, have put certain standards there that prohibit women. And then the people down there are also holding it that we are also demanding the money before we vote. I don't know how we can balance this. So in as much as we are talking about the people at the top, that is the power seekers, and with all their means of getting the power in terms of monetizing the system here and there, we also have the receiving end, that is the citizenry, who are also there to also say that until we get the money, as somebody said it as part of the speech, is that we have to pay us. You even said it. If you don't pay us, you will not vote because we are taking our money for now and nothing else for us. That is the dilemma I find myself. So how can we address that? Back to Sister Gifty, the issue of the violence that has happened so far, that you said have never been addressed by the judicial system. You all know the issues around them. Okay, the person who is supposed to prosecute is not ready because for political purposes. You know the fact on the ground. Now, with all of these circumstances, how can we get there? Because anytime there's an election corruption or violence or all the other uncalled for attitude that come into play, we are still having the powers that be to decide the fate of that matter. And so when we are here talking about all of these issues, I'm wondering how we can progress in that journey. Maybe you may have to help me in that discourse. Thank you very much.
The last one before we sum up.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dominic Onoji. I work with GBC. My friend asked one of my questions relating to vote buying and how expensive our political system has become, how we can work towards ensuring that the politics we do in this country is not that expensive that we exclude others. You can respond to that. But to lawyer Samson, you quoted very good laws that journalists, provisions, that journalists are supposed to work at to ensure that our democracy works. The other side of that responsibility that is placed on the journalists is that when you said they should uphold the Constitution, they should ensure the provisions, the objectives, and all that. When they try to do that, they come under attack. Now, you have the responsibility of the state to protect the journalist. But when they are attacked, you don't get that happening. You don't get the protection. Journalists are attacked in this country during election period, and we don't even get to the conclusion of such issues. We don't get the police helping us. How do we navigate this? We've been given a huge task to support this democracy to work. But you step forward, you step out there. For example, even if you go to a polling station, the station is cordoned off. You are not supposed, as a journalist, you are not supposed to enter certain arena. You are not supposed to enter certain spaces. But here you have that responsibility to ensure that there is transparency in there. But you being the watchdog, you don't have the right to go in there. How do we navigate all this to ensure that the journalists do the work that the state or the citizens want from us? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will ask maybe Dr.
The first
Right, so Sam, would you like to start first?
The first question before I forget it.
Okay.
So, the appointment, right? The Constitution says the president should appoint. It's the president's job. The Constitution expects that the president will be a reasonable person. That if you're appointing into an institution of trust, you will not appoint someone like Dr. Peter Apiahene, who is sitting on radio and is known to be your party foot soldier and every day criticizing the opposition candidate, calling him all sorts of names and insulting him. So it is the people who make the Constitution bad. The Constitution is not bad. But again, I have friends elsewhere, including Nigeria, who tell me this will not have happened in their country because the people will insist that the president doesn't do it. If he does it, you pay the price for it. In Ghana, it was civil society organizations like CODEO, CDD and them, led by Fred Digbe, who spoke about this and criticized and said the president should reverse it or the guy should resign. Everybody else went quiet. Yeah, the few media persons who spoke about it, they got attacked because the media will not be united in what they have to do. A position of trust, if you are appointing somebody to a position of trust, there are people who are appointed. Some of us know them. But because they are not openly political, we don't have any issue. Even though we know that some of them are political, but they are not out there doing what they are doing. So the presidents should not be found to be appointing politically exposed persons the way we find in there. And the people have a duty to ensure the Constitution is upheld. So media who know what the Constitution says, if you know your duty, you should call it as it is. Call a spade and say, Mr. President, you are wrong. You can't do what you have done. It's a sin against the Constitution itself. So we have a role to play. Somebody said, if we brought the Bible
to be implemented, things will not be any different if we, the people, don't insist on what must be done. Your issue about journalists being attacked for doing their work, well, every job comes with some risk. Okay? And I am in court defending a good number of these journalists, some of them maimed. I have one now. I don't even know how to go about the thing because the person was promised. His name is Pius Esiedu. He was shot at, is it Ododo? Where is it? At one of the polling stations by a man who is in national security who was identified. Dakar, thank you. Identified from the presidency. The person was put on trial. Okay? Since the case was called 1-2, over. It's not been called again. All the media people have forgotten your own friend. So what do you want the police to do for you? You are not holding them accountable because that is a criminal prosecution and it is police that is leading it. They promised the guy, he's done at the last count of over a dozen operations and he's dying as we speak. Okay? He didn't do anything wrong. But it was when things had gone to a certain point that he got to me and I said, you didn't have to take these promises. They haven't fulfilled any of the promises to him. You didn't have to take any of these promises. If police are not prosecuting, you could have also taken a civil action. But a civil action, the law gives what you call statute bar. Okay, after 3 years, you are not allowed to go to court. It's been 3 years. Since then, it's been almost 4 years now. He just brought it up to me. We are trying to see what else we can do and go to the court, maybe ask for some leave and find a leeway around it. But that is not helpful. So it's a risk you take. Why? There are media entities. Your entity is also big. Sometimes take the suits by yourself if you have to take a suit. Multimedia takes a number of suits. Police will start prosecution. The police prosecution will fall in the cracks. Nothing happens about it. But the civil prosecution we do, the last time I checked, we have won all the cases, except the compensation amount is always very small. But you want to make a point. Sometimes not just the compensation amount. The police have been forced to issue public apologies. They are all important. Okay? There is one guy, Emmanuel Ante. Obra Sports. He was beaten by political party people. All right? Now, he's lost the power of his back. That's the only way I can explain it to you now. He couldn't work for a certain time. That's in 2012 or so. He couldn't work for a long time. So he had to quit his job. You know him? He had to quit his job. Today, he has children he has to take care of. But he can't work. How does he do it? Guess what? When the thing happened, the political party brought an entourage of respected people. And they came and begged the media house and said, we'll take care of everything. Don't worry, let it die here. And they also said, okay, it will be all right. This is multimedia. They left the issue. Today, the guy doesn't have help. So you too must do what you have to do.
I think I can respond to the issue of the vigilante. I think something you have even talked about it. The major problem we have in this country is about enforcement and also some discrimination in the criminal justice system. And that is why, as Ghanaians, we need to pay attention to some of these issues. It's unfortunate that sometimes we want the thing to concern us before we are worried about it. Just yesterday, a gentleman who works in a very respectful bank came to my office, and you won't believe that he was in support of the detaining of the people who were demonstrating. And he was so convinced that they were wrong. and everything was right and that they should even continue. And I looked at him, so I asked him, if you were related to any of them, would you be saying the same thing? So that is where we are. People see things by convenience. If it was your relative who passed on in that, how would you have behaved? So this is why we need to see things from a broader perspective and see how we hold duty bearers to account. Another issue I wanted to add to what Samson said has to do even with the media reportage. We in the past have worked with the media to see how do you continue reporting. Most issues come, they are breaking news. Everybody is reporting it. After 24 hours, it's the dead news. Nobody does any follow-up on the issue. And that is why most of these corruption cases, nobody hears about them because we move. But we need media at least to be following up, to be giving updates. If there are issues that have not been resolved, especially in the criminal justice system, who would follow up to investigate and bring it to attention that this issue is still pending? That is a role the media can play to support in terms of addressing these challenges. So I think we all have some responsibility in terms of holding duty bearers to account, but we also need to play our roles to assist in that. Thank you.
So with the issue of getting women in, one way of approaching it will be looking at the political parties. If we have a quota system that says MPP is reserving 30% of its seats for women, NDC is doing likewise, PPP, PNC, all the other parties are reserving that percentage for women. It means that during the primary elections, we'll have 30% of women contesting for those seats. And so we can get some more in. Besides that, when you talk of getting women in, besides the primary elections for members of parliament, the local level where you have the electoral, the polling stations, the polling station executives, who in turn become delegates. We also have to look at who are these people? Are they all male? Are they all female? Or is it a mix? Because the selection from there will affect those who vote for, ultimately, those who become our members of parliament. So if the polling station executives have a greater percentage of females, or even it's 50-50, we know that they can vote for women, or the vote for women will go up. Besides getting women in and using some of these strategies, when it comes to the monetization, we have to use education. We have to educate people that if I've taken money from you to vote for you, when you are doing something wrong, I can't hold you to account because I've already sold my future. So I can't really hold you to account. The person will refer me to do. So if you want this to stop, we have to educate ourselves, the voting population, to know that when you take money, you are losing that right to hold the person accountable, the moral ground to. And as we have heard, some of the funding for the campaign and everything is coming from areas that we are frowning on. So if you are taking the money and later you turn around to criticize the person will refer you. So we have to look at these areas in terms of looking at the vote buying issue. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to add that perhaps if we also adopt the Aseno strategy, where people took money and still vote their conscience, that could be another way to demonstrate to politicians that the vote is not for sale.
You ask about some of the laws. So, because I was going to focus on part of it, which I had. If you read the Representation of the People's Law, if you read sections 33 to 42, you will get a lot of education for yourself. You can educate the people about it. It's part of your duty. It tells how, influencing people wrongly to vote is an offense. Undue influence, including what the law calls treating. Okay? You are hoarding people, gathering them around a place to buy them drinks. And the law actually uses drinks or meat just so that they vote for one person, or you stop them from voting for another person. All that is an offense. There's bribery, which is there. There is personation. When you go to vote in the name of someone else, like they are complaining about dead people, then you see people sell money to go. They know somebody is dead. It's in their family. Then they go arrange with them, take 2 CDs, go and vote, and they go. All of these things are there. So do your job well, read these things, and educate the public. You don't need any lawyer to help you to do it, except there's a problem with that portion that Beauty, we have been campaigning that it should be amended. Section 42 says the police, after they have arrested the people who are doing all the wrong, they cannot prosecute unless the Attorney General writes to them and gives them the power to prosecute. So imagine they have arrested an MPP person. They won't get the fiat to prosecute. If NDC is in power, they arrest an NDC person, they won't get the fiat to prosecute. And that's the nonsense about that law. When the people were passing it, they knew what they were doing. They are in parliament, they knew what they were doing, they put it there. So you help, so we advocate. The last thing in a minute, when Beauty speaks about these demonstrations that have come up, you should know when the demonstrators have done things that is beyond what the law requires, you should know and criticize it. Don't be afraid. The police, you could see how they were acting very professional. They were being, as it were, provoked, and they resisted all the provocation. You should be able to say it as it is. But you see, that is different from bail. The fact that they may have done wrong is different from bail. The law says even if you commit murder, you are entitled to bail, even though it's discretionary. But bail may not be granted if you are a flight risk or you can't satisfy the conditions. Why are they being kept for 2 weeks? Supposing they are found guilty and they are supposed to go to jail for 2 weeks. They have been in prison custody for 2 weeks when their pleas have not been taken or they have not been found guilty. That's the wrong thing about it. It doesn't mean when you say that is wrong, it means you support the wrong thing they may have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samson. We have some comments on social media as well in relation to our conversation. But I would like to plead with you all one more time in relation to the lunch. There are others also amongst you who feel that having all of you speak before we go is more of an information overload. They'd prefer to take a little break, have some food, and then would come back. So I'll put it to you one more time. Can we go for lunch so that we come and have the next session? Please. Okay. So we won't spend so much time there. At the moment that we Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome back. I wasn't hearing the response, but it's good to have it's good to have all of you back. We are all refreshed for the last session, and then we'll call it a day. I'd like to invite upstage Mawena Azuma. Mawena Azuma is a communication professional with over 5 years of experience in media and corporate communications. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Communication and currently serves on the Youth Bridge Foundation's Youth Advisory Board, where she develops initiatives for youth empowerment and inclusion. Mawena is passionate about amplifying marginalized voices and addressing critical issues like youth inclusion. A round of applause for Mawena, please. I'd also invite Dr. Peter Kwabna Obeng Asamoah to also join us upstage for our next conversation. Dr. Peter Kwabna Obeng Asamoah is the first vision impaired person to obtain a PhD from the University of Ghana. A round of applause for him, please. Talk about people doing wonderful things in this country. Peter is currently the executive director of the Blind Union. He has over 25 years of development experience. He is the main catalyst responsible for the introduction of information communication technology, ICT, to blind and visually impaired persons in Ghana. Additionally, he was the main force behind the establishment of the first computer learning center for blind persons in Ghana. Another round of applause for him, please. Now, he has been instrumental in making this a national program. Peter Obeng Asamoah also sits as the country representative for the International Council for Education of All Visually Impaired Persons, ICEVI. As a development practitioner, Dr. Peter Kwabna Obeng Asamoah has vast experience in relating and partnering with persons from various disability groups as well as international donors. Now, his main focus is on persons with visual impairment, and the list goes on and on and on. And I'll plead with you one more time. Clap for him again. Also joining us on the high table is Paul Osei Kufuor. A round of applause for him, please. Paul Osei Kufuor is a governance expert accredited for leading and coordinating several cutting-edge pro-democracy programs in Ghana and West Africa. He is currently programs manager at the Ghana Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana, and the network coordinator for the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, Wadr, a transnational sub-regional organization comprising civil society organizations, social movements, activists, and democracy defenders in the sub-region with the aim of promoting collective action and building bridges of solidarity to promote and defend democracy against backsliding in West Africa. Paul's research, interests, and specialization are in the fields of election, human rights, regional integration, political transitions, and peace and security. Paul has participated and presented papers on several international and regional conferences and missions in Africa, including leading civil society engagements with ECOWAS and other regional bodies. Another round of applause for Mr. Paul Osei-Kufuor. And the very final person we have, well, last but not the least. Oh, I'm done with the list, I think. Is there one more person I'm missing out? No. Am I missing out anyone? I do not think so. All right. So with that being said, I think we can go ahead and start our conversation. I'd like to invite upstage Paul Osei-Kufuor. He's going to talk about the role of civil society for free, fair, and transparent elections. A round of applause for him, please.
Hello, good afternoon. I think we have a lot of energy for the afternoon, and the response should be very loud. Good afternoon to you once again. And I am very excited to be here to share with you on the topic, the role of civil society in ensuring free, fair, and transparent elections. I must indicate that we are witnessing severe attacks on democracy. There is a siege on democracy globally, and West Africa and Africa is not an exception. Ghana is also not an exception. We are seeing some signs of autocracy in society, but in relative or comparative terms, Ghana still remains a democracy that is worth considering. Some countries have collapsed from democracy, like we have Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger. There is a collapse of democracy in these countries. We are also witnessing in some countries where, through authoritarian rule, the rights of individual citizens are being suppressed excessively. For example, if you talk about these countries under military rule, they have what we call emergency powers of the junta, where the junta easily co-opts individuals to the battlefield, especially individuals who are found criticizing the junta in their regime or in their rule. They will take you to very difficult areas within the spaces that they are fighting violent extremism and jihadists, and put you there to fight for condemning or criticizing the junta. So democracy globally is going through severe forms of recession and backsliding, and election is not an exception. But I think in Ghana, what we have used election for a very long time to do is to use it to demand accountability from their government. There have been a lot of positive side from elections. We have used elections to engage in policy formulations. We've used elections to demand accountability. But there are still red spots and a lot of warning signs around our elections that I want to share with you. But I want to go straight into my presentation this afternoon on how civil society can ensure free and fair elections for the upcoming December 7th presidential and parliamentary election. In terms of the outline, I wanted to talk briefly about democracy and elections, and what are the key observations with respect to Ghana in particular. Then I also want to add my voice, because already I think Beauty and other colleagues have spoken extensively about what constitutes electoral integrity or free and fair elections. But for CSOs to remain meaningful and contribute to free and fair elections, we must have an end goal. An end goal is to ensure that the election is credible and has high integrity. So in that circumstance, what constitutes free and fair elections, so that we can build some kind of alliance in what we are doing as civil society, and also especially for the media. And as someone who has been part of a lot of election observation at the regional level, it's important that some of the conversation we are sharing here, I bring some regional perspectives to the conversation. Issues around campaign financing, the register, and other issues. I want to share what we have also observed across the sub-region in our work as election observers with ECOWAS, also with WADIMOS and the West African Election Observation Network. So in terms of why election matters in a democracy, we have already discussed that election confers legitimacy and authority on the government. It gives us the right to choose our leaders and is the foundation of our democracy, although not a sufficient foundation. We don't expect that a democracy remains an electoral democracy. A democracy must be the vehicle for delivering development. An election provides a legitimacy for a government in delivering development. Election provides opportunities for citizens' representation, voice, and accountability. It is also a tool for development, as citizens have the opportunity to engage on policies and programs relevant to their developmental aspirations. And I think in Ghana, when you talk about some of the audacious policies that have emerged in recent times, it came out of our electoral politics, where the MPP and NDC have all proposed very bold, strong solutions to some of the challenges that is facing society. We talk about the free senior high school, the free things that came on board. It all came through our electoral politics. But there is also a disadvantage to that, where political parties are also abusing the promises for electoral gains so that they get more votes from voters. So they keep promising without providing any idea of the financial considerations or the financial implications of those promises for citizens. And I was part of a project in the 2020 elections where we projected that Ghana may experience a lot of fiscal rigidities if we go ahead with some of the promises that keeps coming on board, because the economy may not be able to contain those promises. And this is an existential threat that is facing democracy in Ghana as a result of the nature of our politics. And also, in terms of some key observations on Ghana's electoral landscape, the point has already been made that we've had 32 years of uninterrupted democracy in the Fourth Republic. Various observer groups have described elections in Ghana as generally free and fair, but it's not devoid of violence. This has been emphasized. The Ayawaso election, the 2020 election, we witnessed incidents of violence that even led to the death of people. So violence is gradually getting inroads and becoming a feature of our elections, and we need to find a way to address electoral violence. There is the passage of the vigilantism bill, but its enforcement is also a big issue for government, for the security services, and for all stakeholders. We've not been able to enforce the vigilantism bill. Then the duopoly of the MPP and NDC also characterize the electoral landscape. That's why the power alternation in 2000, 2008, 2016, we continue to see citizens still showing concerns about whether we'll be able to manage peaceful transitions during elections. And then for the first time, Ghana has experienced a hung parliament in the 2020 elections. Then in the electoral environment, mainly characterized by heightened tension and mistrust. And I think we've discussed this because of the composition of our EMBs. There's a lot of fear, there's a lot of suspicion and mistrust. The duopoly that I just mentioned is also a major source of, a major factor driving mistrust and suspicion in our politics. So what constitutes free and fair elections, and what are civil society organizations doing to support free and fair elections in the upcoming December 7th elections? So when you talk about free and fair elections, it talks about adherence to established democratic principles and standards throughout the electoral process, ensuring that elections are conducted fairly, transparently, and inclusively. I think we've spoken about inclusive elections earlier before we went for break. The issue about being fair and transparent, I'll go into some of the criteria for defining some of these variables. And then when you're talking about free and fair elections, it encompasses the entire electoral cycle, not the day of election alone when we are looking out to test the authenticity or the integrity or credibility of the elections. It covers the pre-election, the election day, and up to when even results are declared. So in terms of free and fair elections, in deciding what constitutes free and fair elections, the global report on the integrity of elections has defined some parameters on free and fair elections. The first one is electoral laws. And then the second is electoral procedures, electoral boundaries, voter registration, campaign media, party registration, campaign finance, voting process, vote count, results, and electoral authorities. That is the Electoral Commission. For the electoral laws, this is what it states, that we must ensure there is fairness to smaller parties. We shouldn't favor the governing party. And then we should not restrict citizens' rights, including the right of citizens to observe. So when you talk about the laws must ensure there is no discrimination. It should promote inclusion of all actors and stakeholders. Then the electoral procedures should ensure that the elections are well managed. Information about voting procedures is widely available. Election officials must be fair. Election must be conducted in accordance with the law. Then in defining the boundaries for constituency, we must ensure that there is no discrimination. It must be fair. The voter registration process must also be inclusive. It must ensure that every eligible voter has a chance of getting onto the register. Party registration, the process for parties and independent candidates to register to contest the election shouldn't be discriminatory on any ground, whether ethnic, race, or anything. Campaign in the media, that is where the media should give fair and balanced opportunities for candidates and parties to campaign on their promises during the election. Then the big issue about campaign finance. Political parties and candidates have equal access to state subsidies if they exist. So in some countries, government provide funds for political parties. So if it exists in your country, in the situation of Ghana, what we remember some time back was the EC providing some cars for political parties to support their campaign and operations. But in Ghana, we still do not fund political parties for campaign and election purposes. Ruling party not misusing state resources on campaigns, that is abuse of incumbency. Voters should not be bribed. Laws in place to regulate campaign finance are respected. Parties and candidates have equal access to campaign finance donations. Sources of campaign finance disclosed. Political parties and candidates publish transparency campaign finance accounts. This is done in most advanced countries where at the end of the election, the political parties provide detailed and comprehensive reports on how their campaigns were financed during the elections. And then the vote counting process. The ballot must be secured. It should be one man, one vote, or one woman, one vote. Transparency in the voting process. Voting should be held in a place where observers and voters can easily have access, including people with disabilities. Then the results. Candidates must have the right to challenge the results, lodge complaints, and the EC also has a responsibility to respond to those complaints. Then the electoral management body, They must be transparent, impartial in the application of the laws, the rules, the procedures. They should distribute information to citizens. And I think that is what they did yesterday, making sure that they engage voters and citizens to counter any misinformation or respond to the concerns of political parties. Then EMB should allow public scrutiny of its performance. That is, the media should be engaging the EMBs or the Electoral Commission to ask questions, demand answers on some of their decisions, processes, and methods. So the role of civil society, how do we contribute to this process? Whatever we do should ensure that at the end of the day, it contributes to enhance the integrity and credibility of the election. And as such, the election is free and fair. We engage in voter education about the laws, the procedures. We also engage in peace education to demand voters to respect and obey the procedures of voting so that there are no contestations or there are no violence at polling stations. We do mediation support in some districts, and I remember some years back when I was doing election work at the district level, we had what we called an inter-party dialogue committees, where we were mediating disputes and tension among political parties at district level in collaboration with the EC and the NCC officers. We do policy advocacy, especially for vulnerable groups. And we do a lot. We hear a lot of gender-based organizations presenting what we call the women's manifestos, the youth manifestos. These are policies that civil society organizations we put forward to influence the manifestos of political parties. We do manifesto audits, where we try to analyze the relevance, the effectiveness, and the efficiency in the promises that are put forward by political parties so that we can ensure that there is kind of sanity and coherence in terms of policy with national alignment, in alignment with national policies and programs. And then we do a very important aspect of our work during election, political environment monitoring, where we monitor abuse of incumbency. We do violence monitoring, especially hotspots. In every election, we are able to draw on evidence from previous elections to determine the possibility of violence in certain constituencies. And we use that data to support the work of the security and other actors to promote peace and demand that voters eschew violence and ensure that the election takes place in an environment that is peaceful. We monitor campaigns of political parties to also assess the policies and programs that they put forward on campaigns, and also ensure that misinformation and disinformation doesn't also take center stage during the elections. That is where we do the fact-checking to counter misinformation and disinformation. And then we support stakeholders like the NCC and the EC to organize debates to promote issue-based campaign among political parties and candidates. On election day and the post-election environment, we deployed observers to the field in all polling stations. For this year, CDD through CODIO, where I work, will be deploying a number of observers to polling stations, selected polling stations across the country, to observe the voting process, the collation, counting, up to the declaration at the constituency level for parliamentarians, and also at the national level, where the electoral commissioner is the returning officer to declare the presidential election results. We also do what we call process and results verification for transparency. Some time back, we used to call it PVT, parallel vote tabulation. And the simple thing is that we also collate results from polling stations so that we can also have real-time detection of any anomaly should the results that will be declared by the EC be in contradiction of what we have also compiled during our para-vote tabulation. For this time around, the name has been changed to process and results verification. So to be able to declare that the election was free and fair, the process and the results should equally be transparent, be inclusive, be fair, and free as well during, before, during, and after the elections. We also do fact-checking on election day because there is this fear that on election day, people may use misinformation or disinformation to suppress voters. So there could be a lot of wrong messages circulating during election day especially, so that it can influence the outcome in one way or the other. So we work with fact checkers to monitor the electoral landscape on the day of voting so that we can counter misinformation and disinformation. We'd also do post-election monitoring and reporting of violence and incidents. So when we train observers, we have two types of observers. We have observers that will go to polling stations on election day, and we have long-term observers that will be in the field for maybe about 3 months. So they observe the pre-election environment, and then on the election day, they will move to some polling stations, and then the post-election environment, they will still be monitoring the political environment, and if there are any incidents or irregularities, CODIO will issue a report, and then those reports are normally shared with the police. So CODIO works in close alliance with the police and the other security agencies and the agencies in charge of elections at constituency and national level, so that these kind of alerts can get to the police to enhance their intelligence and also response. Then the last item, which is very significant, is about electoral reform. And this takes place mostly after the elections, where we organize stakeholders reflection forums to discuss the elections and identify areas that require reform or that needs to be transformed to enhance the integrity of the electoral processes. And if you go to the EC websites, they list about 20 reforms, and a lot of them, civil society contributed to the process, including the demand for transparent ballot boxes. Civil society has recommended, for example, this particular election, civil society is calling on the EC to disseminate polling station results. You recall that in the 2020 elections, most of the results that were on the EC website were constituency results. But we are asking that the EC should put forward or should disseminate polling station results so that all citizens can have an easy access to election results and support the tabulation and collation process in their own environments and spaces. What are some of the early warning ahead of Ghana's election? I'm concluding, and these are the 2 points. There is some threat of the possibility of electoral violence, and this is on the grounds that we've not been able to sign a peace pact. For every election, we sign what we call the peace agreement, where political parties will commit to ensuring peaceful environment before, during, and after the election. For this particular election, we've not been able to sign the peace pact, and I think this is something that international organizations like the ECOWAS must intervene. Though legally it may not be binding, it helps reduce the tension in the political environment, and it helps send a message to the followers of these political parties that their leaders will not subscribe to any incidents of violence. This has been done to reduce tension in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, and in Liberia. And then there is also concerns about going to court should the NDC lose the elections. and they have made strong indication that they will not go to court, but they will address any grievances at the polling stations, which sounds good, it's commendable. Within the framework of the law, you can address the grievances at the polling stations. But my fear and our fear is that there are limitations in using the administrative processes to address all these grievances. There may be sometimes, if you are not satisfied, to move a bit higher to maybe to the court, where you can have a final determination of the issue. So I think going into the election, we should find ways, and as media, we should bring this conversation up and see how we can get some response or build consensus around it before we go into any space that may be undecided. Then the final voter register is also another big issue, in the sense that we seem to be satisfied at this moment with the decision, with the explanations given by the EC on the provisional voter register. But the NDC says they are still waiting to see what the final voter register will look like. So we should all be interested and concerned to ensure that the final register at least meets the minimum eligibility for the voting process to take place. So though we have seen what the EC did yesterday, we should not take our eyes off the register. We should all monitor to ensure that the final register addresses all grievances before we go into election day. Then finally, some regional experience that as Wadimos I want to share. There is heightened tension in our electoral politics for a number of reasons. One of it is that we have long campaign and electoral period. When you go to some countries, they have duration. In Nigeria, they use 1 year for political parties to do their party primaries. Up to the national elections is 1 year. In Ghana, immediately after election, we start going into constituency, regional, and it really brings a lot of polarization and heightens tensions within the political atmosphere. And I think we must adopt some of the best practices that we see, even in Liberia. Recently in Senegal, I think was it 3 weeks or 2 weeks, that was given for the campaign period. So we need to find a way to regulate the period of elections in this country so that we can also have time for governance. Otherwise, we are always in election mood throughout the 4-year period. Then IPAC. Some countries have regulated IPAC so that we reduce the discretion and the mistrust around IPAC. If you go to Liberia, they have what we call the Political Parties Regulatory Commission, a commission set up to moderate and coordinate political party activities. It has also helped to build consensus among political parties in Sierra Leone. Results correlation. I indicated earlier that polling station results are critical. Currently, as we speak, in Sierra Leone, the main contradiction or contestation around the elections that took place last year was the absence or the failure of the EC to provide polling station results. When the opposition rejected the results declared and asked that they give them the disaggregated polling station results, the EC declined. And that almost set the country into violence. But with the intervention of ECOWAS and other regional bodies, the opposition political parties has come to the negotiation table, and there is a dialogue process ongoing. We should help to secure our elections by being transparent at all levels. We should have access to polling station results, and this is one of the demands that I think Kodio is putting forward with the EC. Then the last one is about the election management bodies. Some experience from the sub-region, they don't have permanent electoral management body or EC. They have 2 terms, and then you exit for other people to also take over. I think, personally, the more you stay, maybe the more it breeds suspicion. This is something we should interrogate and see whether Ghana should also consider other forms in terms of the composition of our election management body, whether we should have permanent commissioners or have a term limit for the commissioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Seikufa, for the presentation. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Paul. Yes, we are on course, and we also want to thank our listeners back there on 94.9 FM for still staying tuned, and of course, our participants online. For us here in the hall, before we continue, if you check your program, you will find an attachment. That attachment is a set of questionnaire. Please help us fill that questionnaire, detach, and leave it on the table for us. Thank you very much. So let us bring on board our next speaker, Dr. Peter Obeng Asamoah. He is the Executive Director, Ghana Blind Union, and he will be speaking on inclusive elections, the position and role of people with disabilities. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Peter Obeng Asamoah as he comes up.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. Yes, all protocol observed. Before I start, I must say that, yes, when I received the invitation, I was very excited because I know that this would be a very distinguished audience, and I'm glad that I was right. And, and when I was serving my lunch, I was like, hey, normally when you address people after lunch, you don't keep too long because, everybody is a little drowsy. If this were a meeting of blind persons, we would have been doing some exercises to make sure everybody will be awake. But I guess we're all awake, so that's not necessary. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, inclusive elections. Inclusive elections, the process, how inclusive can we make it? When I was listening to the other speakers, I tended to pick a lot from what they were saying because a lot of what they were saying actually fed into what I'm going to say. But there were a few things that I picked from, Samson, Lawyer Samson, yes. So he said, we the people. We, the people, the Constitution of Ghana, we, the people. And I just wondered, who are the we? Are persons with disability the we in the electoral process? Are we part of that we? We, the people. Then he also used another term. He said what? Universal adult suffrage. Yes. He said, it means that every citizen of Ghana has a right to vote. And then he said, one vote, one man, one vote, one man, one vote. Now, every citizen qualified of sound mind has the right to vote. An inclusive electoral system. So that's where we're coming from. Now, I looked up the word inclusion in the dictionary. And he told me, the dictionary said, making available, giving equal access to resources and facilities and opportunity to all persons, making it accessible. Because they are there, but making it accessible equally and equitably to all persons, so that they can benefit from these facilities. So that is the inclusion. And when it comes to persons with disability, this is where we look at the word inclusion in elections sometimes with little suspicion. Because sometimes we wonder whether when we say we the people in elections, we are part of the we the people. Even though we know we must be there. because it is a constitutional right. As something went on and on about that, but it is a constitutional right, and we must be part of we the people. So I'll just look at it from this angle. You know, it is very important that if any nation is to talk about total inclusivity, then you are looking at including all sectors of your population. You are including those who are literate, those who are not literate. You are including the men, you are including the women, and you are including persons with disabilities. They are part of the we people. So for a truly inclusive electoral system, they are there. They must be there. And it is important. Look, in the 2020 elections, the electoral register registered over 65, I think, well, yeah, 65, actually it was nearly 65, it was 64,966. So that's almost 65. Persons with disabilities who registered to take part in the elections. This is not the full number, of course. We're about 2.9 million. But 65,000 persons registered. And that is, for me, it is a very crucial figure. Because remember, in this country, there was a time when a candidate, presidential candidate, failed to win the election because he needed 23,000 more votes. And I bet you if he had had those 65,000 voting for him, he would have been very happy at that time. But anyway, it's an important figure. But anyway, I just want to emphasize the crucial nature. But these people, these persons with disability, even though their right is guaranteed, even though the Constitution says they are part of the we people, even though the Constitution says they are part of the adult suffrage, if the correct environment is not put in place, what the Constitution is saying will not matter to them. And fortunately, we have responsible bodies to do that. As one speaker said, it's not just about the institution, but the Constitution can create as many institutions as they can. But the people managing the institution, the attitudes, the notions, the conceptions of these individuals that manage the institution, that is what ensures whether a truly inclusive education electoral system is actually happening, and whether persons with disability are we the people. Now, if you look at the systems that we operate, sometimes, allow me to just digress for just 1 minute into these definitions. The medical definition of disability will tell you that maybe I cannot vote because I'm a blind person, so I can't vote. That's what the medical definition is telling me. It will tell me that I cannot vote because I'm in a wheelchair and the polling booth is somewhere on top of the steps. So I can't vote because I'm in a wheelchair. That is the reason. If I was not in a wheelchair, I could walk up there and vote. It will tell me also that, look, I don't have the information. It's because I'm deaf. After all, they are saying this thing on the radio. If you could hear, you would have heard it. That is why you can't get that information. But we've moved away from that definition. The definition we use is a social model, which tells me that I cannot vote if provision has not been made for me to vote. The social model tells me that I cannot vote if I'm in a wheelchair and where the polling booth is, I cannot reach it. That is why I cannot vote. If there were an access to that polling booth, I'll be able to vote. And it's because that barrier has been put there, I cannot vote. So on and on and on and on. So it is these two definitions that unfortunately shape our perceptions. And that is why sometimes, one speaker talked about it, sometimes it's tokenism, and you do hold one person to the polling station, put his hand in, you take a few pictures, and that is it. We are good to go. Then we are all included. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not the situation. let me just quickly, because I know, like I said, it's after lunch and we don't spend too much time talking on these things. Let me quickly take you through some of the situations, and then I'll try and go through some practical remedies, and then we'll quickly wind up. You take, now, let me take some persons with disabilities, some groups. So persons who are blind or visually impaired or partially sighted, such persons need a tactile ballot system. You know, it's a system that allows you to fill the dots to choose your candidates. And the significant part is not just doing that, but it's the fact that you are doing it independently and secretly. Because if you don't have that, you go to the polling station and say, oh, please come and help me put my thumb somewhere. And you think you have put your thumb somewhere. And when people are jubilating, you also be jubilating. But you don't know that maybe your thumb went to the wrong place. And you have no way of knowing. So this system allows you to vote independently. You can choose your own candidate. And you are confident that you've done the right thing. And actually, let me say that EC, Electoral Commission, has done that to a large extent for blind voters in the past election. They've done that. Yeah, you know, they've done some. But you see, that is what we all hear, that they've done some. And they have. They've done regional capital training, but they have to train us to use this facility. So they've done that. And that is good. But what we are not saying, or what the press is not saying, is that woman sitting under the tree in the village near Kobiabe, she's not getting any training. It's only the man sitting in the regional capital who is getting the training. So at the end of the day, yes, some blind people have voted, but have blind people really voted? That is the question. Is that election truly inclusive? Has it really included them? You know, and yes. So that is one thing. Let's think about it. I'll come to the causes for some of these things afterwards. You have somebody who is deaf. Okay, so they've done the adverts. They've written some things. They've been able to put some of the electoral messages, let's say in print, so the person can read them. And he's got information. Not enough though, but at least he's not completely ignorant. So he goes to the police station. He says, yes, okay, deaf people. The person gets there, he has a problem. He needs to communicate to the electoral commission, to the electoral official. He's doing his sign language. The electoral official doesn't understand sign language. The guy is looking at him, he's looking at him, and he's getting frustrated. He's stamping his feet. The man says, hey, the man is getting violent, take him away. You see the point? He can't communicate. And it is not like, and the reason why this is of concern is that it is not like this thing has never been brought to the notice of our electoral authorities. It has. It was brought, I was part of the 2016 this thing, engagement with the EC. It didn't happen. 2020, it didn't happen. And please, 2024, let's change the narrative. It has to happen. What we will propose is that, you know, we need sign language interpreters. Of course, we cannot have sign language interpreters in all the over 40,000 police stations. That's not what we're asking for. But all we're asking for is sign language interpreters at certain spots that can be contacted and asked to get to where they are needed. So we're asking for a database of sign language interpreters, because right now it's a course done in the universities, it's a course done all over, and you can get people. So that a database for these sign language interpreters in the various districts, so that wherever they need to report to, they report there. Because we can't have one station at every police station. That may not be feasible. But this effort, we think, is not too much to ask if we are pursuing our constitutional rights and if we want to choose the people who will govern us. I think that is a right that should not be denied for any reason. Then we have persons in wheelchairs. or those we call physically disabled persons. And, normally we tend to use classroom blocks, maybe schools, maybe certain locations. So if the polling booth is somewhere, or the polling station is somewhere where you have steps, or you have an open gutter, or you have an unfriendly terrain, then that person who uses calipers, or the one in the wheelchair, is definitely not going to be able to vote. And at the end of the day, you wouldn't say we've had an inclusive voting or electoral process. That wouldn't be right. And mind you, he's supposed to be part of the we people. So that one is something that, and let me also say here again, that EC Electoral Commission has taken a lot of pains to cite polling stations where it thinks would be accessible. They've done that. They've done that in various places. But it unfortunately is not been in all places. We don't say that because you've done some, so it's okay. You must do all. That's the situation. Because as Samson said, one man matters. One person matters. Even if that one person is in a wheelchair, or is blind, or is deaf. It matters. Because one day, I know this blind young man, Gen Z, of course, and his vision is to become Ghana's first blind president, 2052. So I told him, if I'm alive, he has my vote. But that is his vision. Actually, he was the first blind school pupil for Kwapmine Secondary School. And he now has a doctorate in gas and oil law or something. Yes. And his ambition is to become president. He must be able to vote. He must be able to have the tactile ballot. And because he knows, he has read the Constitution several times. He knows he's part of the we people. So these things must be done. And I'm not saying he has done this, but there are so many. And what the disability movement is calling for is an audit of all those polling stations so that those that are not accessible can be relocated if they cannot be made accessible. That is all we are calling for. And I don't think it's too much. And then there are those who have other disabilities, like little people, those with psychosocial issues, those with CP, like cerebral palsy and others. They also have their various issues, which can all be addressed. For example, there was an occasion at the last elections where this man with CP, psychosocial issues, he went to the police station and the polling, presiding order, the presiding member, felt that this guy, in our local parlance, what do we say? We say, oh, he's not correct. So they wouldn't allow him to vote. And the man was arguing that, he knows who he wants to vote for. He knows who he wants to vote. That's why he came all the way to the polling center. And the electoral official wasn't convinced that the man was of sound mind. You see. So the guy, he wasn't allowed to vote. He was so bitter about it. And we checked the regulations or the law. It means that this electoral official would have to get a magistrate's order to ensure that the man should be declared to have a sound mind. So he will have to apply to the magistrate. The magistrate will have to get professionals to assess this individual. Then he can be allowed to vote. And by that time, what would have happened? They've closed the voting would have closed a long time. So it would have been a useless process. So we have to look at how, the law or these procedures can be streamlined to make sure that such persons are not denied their rights, their civic rights, just because somebody doesn't feel that he can think properly. I mean, it can't be that easy to deny somebody his rights. That is wrong. And with all these things, you will not have an equal. And you know something? One thing that runs through all the examples I've given you to ensure inclusive election is that people's rights, their civic rights, are being related to cost. Oh, it's very expensive. This tactile ballot, like the EC will say, oh, we'll do in just these few places. Then the rest, you can trickle down effect. You can learn from your friends. And the people who are not my friends. But we have to, and the reason is cost. Oh, the audit to check the people out. Oh, it will be so expensive. Oh, making the electoral booths more accessible. Do you know the costs that will go into that? But that is no reason why the process should not be made inclusive, why people's rights should be sacrificed. So I'll quickly round up. But what I just want to say is that if we are looking for an all-inclusive electoral process, then we must be prepared to pay the cost of democracy. Democracy has certain costs, and these costs also include the needs of persons with disability. And if we are not doing that, then unfortunately and sadly, we are not being democratic. And I trust these things are not impossible things. We can achieve them as a nation. Ghana can do it, but we need the willpower to do it. We need a realization that it is not an issue of charity anymore. It's an issue of human rights. It's an issue of our civic responsibility. To choose my own president or my own member of parliament, I think so. Now, I'll just say that what I'm saying, even though it's primarily to the electoral authorities, I think political parties also have a responsibility in this direction. After all, we are going to vote for them. And, well, maybe against them too. But still, they still have the responsibility to do that for us. Training in use of the tactile ballot. Because if the people don't know how to use the facility, they will not use it. If they don't know how to use it, they can't use it. That training is simple. What we have always said is that the training should be done district by district. Then you get the people on the ground. If you do it by region, well, good. You get some leaders over there. And then you say they should go and train everybody in the region, in the various districts. If they don't have the resources, it's not going to happen. They can't do it. They can train those in their family, fine. But district training, we need some resources. And please, don't tell me it's expensive. I pay my taxes, so I should be able to vote in my district. Yes, we all pay taxes. That's how it is. When you anyway, this by the way, when you have money, when you are a disabled person, you have money. You're in a church. You're in a church and you're raising your hand and blah blah blah. The people don't even see your disability. They don't know that you have disability. When they say, hey, everybody, listen, 15,000, raise your hand. Nobody knows that you are disabled. But when the thing is reversed and they say, oh, give to the vulnerable. Look at you, say, oh, disabled people cry. You see, these are some of the issues. But these are perceptions that must change, okay? Now, what will we are just some conclusions and recommendations very quickly. Then I can wind up before the food begins to wear off. What we're looking for is we call for constant engagement with the EC. We've done some engagement, yes, but it is not enough. I presume that EC has to do more. And, well, if it means bend yourself, because what we're asking for, it is our right, okay? It is not when you have done and you have some leftover that we are doing. And when you do small for some blind people, or small for some physically disabled people, don't stop until you have reached all of us. So that is one major recommendation. I'll also call on EC to do the environmental audit or scan for where you put your polling centers. I know you've done a lot in that direction, but there's still a lot to be done. There are a lot of people who in the last election couldn't still access their polling center. And this one there, you have even over 40,000. I hope you do this kind, so we can correct it. I don't think it will be that, it will be as hectic as you might think it will be. Maybe the solutions are even very simple. I also want to say that I've talked about the database for interpreters already, and I just want to say that we need the support of everybody. Actually, we need to form stronger links with media. When Mr. Kufuor was speaking, I was smiling because he's been CDD, that's his organization, they've done a lot with us as a disability movement. But I think the media should also take interest in the issues of disability. Sometimes there's something, we have a press conference, we talk about these issues, and I listen to TV news, and it's there for maybe 2 minutes. No, some is gone, and that's it. We finished. You know, and then for the next how many minutes, they'll show somebody walking on the street and complaining about something, and I'm wondering, prioritization. So these are issues. So we want the media to take more interest, because it seems as if disability issues are not really the priority. We think if the media makes these things your priority, I bet you things will change. Things will change. Because, look, one day, that small blind boy in JSS1 will become EC chairman. You know, and you never know the potential that is there. So help us to bring up persons with disability. And I'll say this, we want to, and we have a right to be part of the democratic process. Choosing leaders of our country, whether at parliamentary or presidential level, is our right. And I trust that the media and all of you here would help us to make this known to the authorities and ensure that not just passing the policies. Policies here, we have plenty in Ghana, plenty, even too much. But the implementation of these things, we, the people, we must implement with the people. Universal suffrage, it must be implemented. These are things that we look forward to, and we know that we will achieve. We've been struggling for long, but we will achieve. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Peter Obeng Asamoah. You know, sometimes you are tempted to think that we can find money to do everything we really want to do. And so when the excuse of cost is cited for not addressing fundamental issues, the question again arises, where lies our priorities? And that's a question Dr. Obeng was asking. And we see that in various aspects when it comes to our development. And we hope and pray that with continuous advocacy, our successive governments will get their priorities right. Now let's talk about the youth. They are the future leaders, right? And recently, the youth, they've been in the news. And it's because there was a recent protest, and quite a number of the people who were participating in it were young people. There have been different reactions to it, but then again, the conversation still goes on. They are a critical part of our democracy. Increasingly, we are told that if you have, as a country and as Africa, I mean, majority of our population are very young. And so we need to include them in the governance process. If you exclude them, it's at our own risk. Let's invite upstage Mawena Azuma. She is a member, Youth Advisory Board for the Youth Bridge Foundation. A round of applause for her, please.
So, two things have stuck with me throughout today's conversations. The first was from Madame Ifia Santua, who said there are young voters, but old victors. The other that has stuck with me is the realization and the general acceptance that elections are just a part of a broader picture of democracy. So election on its own does not represent democracy, although it's an element of it. But after Nadede's introduction, another element has been added on, that youth are the future leaders. And at the Youth Bridge Foundation, we are trying to correct that notion. When is the future? When is the future? And if the future is now, are young people indeed being involved in the future that we say we are giving to them? And if you think that the future is tomorrow, when are you waiting to involve young people to teach them for tomorrow? So please, young people are not tomorrow's leaders. We are today's leaders. Can we adopt that notion going forward? Great, thank you. So I am going to touch very briefly on the role of young people in inclusive elections. And then my presentation will focus on, the next slide please, we'll look at the importance of having young people as part of elections. We'll also look at the barriers that they face. And then we'll look at youth representation across various sectors of the country's democracy for a while. Now, let's start with who young people are. So, who do you describe as youth? According to the National Youth Authority, young people or youth are persons between the ages of 15 and then 35. In other jurisdictions, it changes. There's 15 to 24, there's 18 to 35, but generally the accepted in Ghana is between the ages of 15 to 35. It is also important to recognize that young people are a very heterogeneous group. When I say heterogeneous, I mean that we have differences with our age, with our educational backgrounds. If a young person has, say, I've attained a master's degree, you don't assume that it cuts across every other young person. They are out of school young people. Somebody ended at primary school, somebody ended at junior high school, somebody ended at a senior high school. Some have gone on to further their PhDs. But it is important to recognize this, because when you understand the various demographic of young people, you understand how to tailor policies to meet each young person's need. You understand how to tailor communications to address each young people. So you meet a demographic of young people who have just attained junior high school, and then use a dialogue that would resonate with people that have their master's degree. So it is very important that we know that. There are also varying challenges and aspirations and expectations that young people have. And then they differ. So a young person with disability would have varying challenges from a young person that has just a primary school certificate. It is important that at every sector we recognize what resonates with each demographic, and then how to communicate and engage them meaningfully in democratic processes. But then we ask, why is it important to engage young people? And in preparing for this message, one of the things that, I'd always known, but hits me, was that how do young people constitute about 70% of a country's population, but when you're counting marginalized groups, you count them? It just didn't resonate with me. They constitute 70% of the population. When you're counting marginalized groups, they are almost always the first group that you go to. I have a colleague that went into a negotiation on behalf of my organization, the Youth Bridge Foundation. So the Youth Bridge Foundation is an NGO that focuses on positive youth development across various sectors. Governance and democracy is one of our key elements that we are very keen about, because we believe that if you empower young people in this sector, they're able to cause positive change across other sectors. She got into this meeting, and then the person she went to engage, a very prominent man, just said, young people, as for you are stubborn. Oh. And that notion, that comment that the man made about young people being stubborn has stuck with her till date. And it is one of the reasons that young people are usually alienated, because there's the myth, there's the notion that you are stubborn, you are inexperienced, you are going to make mistakes. But if you don't give us room to make mistakes today, how do we learn for the tomorrow you say we are leaders of? Another element of why youth should matter, in the upcoming elections. And then yesterday, the Electoral Commission had met IPAC. And then they had mentioned that about 708,282 of the registered voters were first-time voters. Now, this is very important. First-time voters are people that for the first time, at the Youth Bridge Foundation, we limit the first-time voters to persons between the ages of 18 and 21. So these are people that are now entering the political domain. They have little to no exposure. They are also the target because politicians see them as a key to unlocking greater voting margins, which is true. Now, if you are looking at this 708,282 registered voters, first-time voters, this is not even the general 18 to 35 youth demographic that we have. How is this large number alienated in democratic processes? And at the Youth Bridge Foundation, when we talk about democratic processes, we look at it on two legs, as my executive director likes to say it. We have the aspect of representation and then the aspect of participation. So representation is where young people put themselves up, that I want to vie for this role, so vote for me. That's representation. Participation is when young people have adequate information or are informed to say that elections are December 7. I think I'm voting for party A because they've said A, B, and C. I think I'm voting for party B because I think C, D, and E that they said resonates with me. But I've spoken so much about the demographic that we have and how youth constitutes about 73.7% of our population. That's from the Ghana Housing and Population Census in 2021. But is this demographic actively represented in our democracy? Now, if you look at the charts behind me, we are looking at the number of parliamentarians in Ghana's 8th parliament. This was as far back as 2020. And from there were only 12 out of the 275 elected parliamentarians that were within the ages of 18 to 35. As it stands, there are 2. We are left with 2 young people that are in parliament. These are the people that are supposed to represent the voices of the country's largest population. These are the people that are thinking policies. These are the people that are thinking ideologies. These are the people that are thinking of strategies for the largest demographic, and they are missing at the decision-making table. So how do you make decisions for people that are not even at the table? And then it's not just that, it gets worse. In the 2023 district level elections that happened in December last year, there were 5,734 generally elected into various positions across the country. Young people constituted just 1,657. There were regions like Oti, that you'd get there, the youth representation was so low. In some centers, there was no youth female voted. And this is at the very basic level where young people touch base or where they touch base with the communities that directly affects them. And neither of them was voted. But then we ask, what is happening? What is going wrong? Why are young people not getting into these positions that they are supposed to cause change? And then we realized that one of the greatest one was voter apathy. They just don't care. And it's not that they don't care simply for the fun of it. They don't care because time and time again, they've been marginalized. They've been alienated. They've not been on decision-making tables. So if I'm not involved in drafting a policy that affects me, how do you expect me to pull up and then vote for you? There is that. There is also the issue of limited civic education. Now, aside putting out policy, especially at the Youth Bridge Foundation, we are very particular about how the policies are presented to the young people. So if you are making a decision for a young person, it's not enough that you make it. It also borders on how the message is translated to them, how they are able to receive the message. Do they understand it, first of all? Does it address their needs? One of the initiatives we've taken in the past is to translate welfare policies into Braille, such that young persons living with disability are able to access them. But in election periods, it's critical that all stakeholders realize that young people understand the policies. Recently, we've seen specific interventions in the elections targeted at young people. So manifestos, policies and ideologies. But do they truly understand? Are they touching all levels, all demographics of young people? Does the young person living in a rural community in the Ashanti region understand that this is what Party A wants to do for me because I am a part of this demographic? So if they do not understand, then during elections or democratic processes, they are not going to show interest. Another reason we found was misinformation, heavy misinformation. And then the neglect of the presence of cybersecurity. Now, we've mentioned during today's conversation how important it is to engage generally about the digital space. There's a lot that is happening. And then usually people make the assumption that, oh, social media, it won't go anywhere. It will die on social media. But we've seen campaigns move from social media onto the streets of Accra. We've seen campaigns move from social media onto the streets of Kenya. We've seen campaigns move from social media onto the streets of Uganda. What checks are we putting in place to ensure that misinformation, disinformation is going to be curbed? Because these young people, remember, your largest demographic are also living on this space. That's where they get their information from. If there's anybody to counter their disinformation, it is them. And if there is anybody to spread the disinformation, it is also these young people. But often, the misinformation and disinformation on these platforms are so huge that it also deters them from fully participating in the elections. Then if these are the challenges, what is the way forward? What can we do about them? But then these are just some interventions that the Youth Bridge Foundation has taken to address some of the issues that I had mentioned earlier. So in May, we held a citizen journalism training workshop. We realized that, like I had indicated, young people are the ones on social media platform. And journalism has become so dynamic. I practiced journalism for about 4 years with a community-based radio organization. And 4 years ago, what I used to do, the media landscape has changed, and it keeps evolving because of the presence of the digital presence. So we conscientize young people on using digital platforms responsibly and how they can be responsible citizen journalists. We also engage youth first-time voters because we realize that they are the forefront of discussions now When we started the conversation about 3 elections ago, nobody cared about first-time voters. But now attention is being drawn to them because they also have a larger proportion of the voting population. And then just turned 18 ties into our Youth First Time Voter campaign that now we run in partnership with Joy News. And then we're also engaging young people on responsible use of the cyberspace. So after all this, what do we want as young people in order to be engaged meaningfully, especially as we head into the 2024 general elections, which is very crucial? We are calling for capacity development for young people. If we do not understand the issues, we are not going to engage. If we do not understand the issues, we are not going to step out and vote. If we do not understand the issues, we are going to have leaders of what you call tomorrow that are going to make multiple mistakes. Then you are going to say, but we said it. They are young people, don't make mistakes. Let's give young people the capacity today to learn today, to influence today. And if they make mistakes, remember that we are young. We are certain to make mistakes. That's why we have you as adult allies to support and build our capacity so these mistakes are minimized or removed completely. We are also calling on political parties, the Electoral Commission especially, to pay attention to the cyber security space. Elections have gone beyond polling stations. On social media, on digital platforms, people are making conversations. If you are not privy to the conversations that young people are having on social media, they'll surprise you on election day. So to the Electoral Commission, to the Ghana Police Service, to the Cyber Security Authority, the civic space online is just as important as the civic space on the voting grounds. So let's build strategies to protect that. We are also calling on the media. The media is my home. I'm sorry, I'm looking at you because you are right here. So the media is my home. I practiced for a while. But practicing also gives me first-hand knowledge about the power that we wield. You could put on your status, and even today that I don't practice as actively anymore, I could put information on my status. People will not verify because they trust the sources it's coming from. You could hear information on another platform. It's this journalist, let's run it with it. Before they have the opportunity to verify, you are their source. And rightly so, because you are the mouthpiece of information. So you have a key role to play in especially engaging young people and breaking down the issues in youth-friendly formats. If politicians speak their jargons in parliament, the newsroom is not where we expect to hear those jargons. As young people, it is not going to resonate with us. I had mentioned earlier that the Youth Bridge Foundation had translated the child and welfare policy into a movie, a 13-part series called Puzzled. If a young person were to go online and then search Puzzled, they would see reference to the policy I'm talking about. They would make sense of it. They would make informed decisions based on that. That is what we expect of the media. Of course, I'm not saying turn every conversation into a movie or music, but break it down in ways that young people will understand. An informed citizenry, an informed youth is a powerful youth. So that is what I leave with you. Please, young people are not the future leaders. We are the leaders of today. Young people matter. Our voices need to be heard. It is not, for lack of a better expression, fair that the largest demographic, if you are looking between the ages of below 35, we are some 73%. If you are looking distinctly between the ages of 15 to 35, we make up some 38%, which is still very significant. So please, youth voices matter. Youth voices need to be heard. Young people need to be involved very well in decision-making processes. My name is Mawena from the Youth Bridge Foundation. Thank you for having me.
Another round of applause for Mawena. Very assertive, isn't she? She didn't stutter even one moment. Another round of applause for her. Mawena kept looking at me because she knows me. So she kept looking at me. We all, she talked about a community radio station, Radio Universe, on the University of Ghana campus. It's been a place that has nurtured many of the journalists in this country. And when you go to the University of Ghana and you have a passion for radio or the media, Jonah Eledi, Jonah is with Wadamos. Jonah, were you also at the university? Oh, GIG, please relax for me. Radio Universe all the way. And I know that GIJ Radio, you know. Radio GIJ, you know that the OG is Radio Universe. And so thank you once again, Mawena. Effectively, we are done with our speakers. We'll open the floor for anyone who has a question to ask. Our speakers will be here to answer. Then we'll bring the whole conversation to a close. So if you have a question, kindly raise your hand. We'll bring the microphone to you, and then you can ask your question. Anybody with a question? Okay, Rebecca has a question.
Thank you very much once again for this opportunity. I think that it's been a very, very insightful session, and I look forward to such discussions to populate our media space, as opposed to just empaneling politicians, because it's very important that we put information as in terms of issues across. When these issues are not available, what dominates the space is just political talk. And I think that we all have agreed here collectively that we want to provide education and information. There's a lot of information that has come across here for me that I haven't heard at all. And so I just want to ask WADR if they have plans to convene any of such platforms. If they have, they would have to involve a lot more of the media folks, a lot more of the radio stations who can even pick the information live. I mean, here, I know that you are broadcasting to an audience in Senegal at this time, correct? The whole of West Africa. Okay, because I'm interested, because this is a Ghana election that our people here can hear and also have a way to stream it live. And so if they don't even pick it up at their convenience, they'll be able to pick it up because it's been streamed and available on an online platform. Because there's a lot of information that has gone, especially to the EC and all the other partners. In fact, to us, the media in particular. And always we need content. When we don't have the content and we are looking for content, that's when we go for those who are readily available. And we know that in this time and space is a season for politicians. So if we want to encourage that we are discussing issues as opposed to just, the regular talk, which is acrimonious sometimes, I think that we would do a lot of service to the people, if we should do more of such conversations. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Madam Agnes, would you want to quickly respond to that? Okay, we'll take more and then you come. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would like to commend WADR for this rich discussion. It's been very engaging. It's been very intensive in terms of the information being shared. And I'm particularly thrilled about the concerns of raised by Dr. Obeng, because there are a lot of things that sometimes you just gloss over. But I'm happy to hear some of the things that the Electoral Commission has done and some of the things the Electoral Commission should do, particularly for persons with disability. My question or concern is, what is next? Because there are so many rich information and resources that you are gathering from here. So what is next, and how can that benefit or support or promote what we want to do? Because the presentations that have come from the various agencies are very, very important. And my take is obviously for Dr. Oben's presentation and Youth Bridge, of course, because I am biased towards young people. I deal with them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Levlin Kunedu Asiedo, and I work with the Ghana CSO's platform on SDGs. Mawena, thank you for the beautiful presentation and for the highlights you gave on the youth. Sitting here listening to you gives me a better understanding of how functionally effective and empowered youth can contribute to meaningful governance in this country. We have a very wide population, 73 and above is significant. And when the youth get up to say that this is our demand with understanding and commitment, I am sure that we will get our politicians and people in power giving us that mandate or listening to us and effecting the changes that we want. Now, you mentioned a number of things that impede youth from participating in effective political discourse. And one of the things that I find is the fact that they do not have the financial means, and so they may sit aloof, not because they don't want to, but because they do not even have the means. And then if you have the means and you go to your father, you are going to be tagged a Sakawa boy, you are doing something for girls or something for boys, you know, and so let us capture that in our interventions during our youth discussions so that we disabuse the minds of our elderly parents and then also empower the youth. I know there are a lot of programs that are empowering the youth economically, and right from the word go, if in 2032, an 18-year-old has intentions of going into politics, let us encourage them from today so that they can save and make allies for 8 years before they get to the floor. Then they are not new and they are not kicked out. The second one is to Mr. Foley, I'm sure, on civil society contribution to this electioneering process. One thing I have found that is interesting, but not too interesting, is the fact that we are allowing the political parties to come with their beautiful manifestos without recourse to our development agenda. So, National Development Planning Commission is supposed to give us a clear guidance on our developmental milestones. This is as civil society in haste to make input into political party manifestos, sometimes without thinking and consulting the NDPC. Unfortunately for the NDPC, they've been given an advisory role, and so they make the laws, and it's at the prerogative of government in power to take it or not. But we can give meaning to what NDPC does by going to the table with them, asking them what exactly is in the economic pact that they have for this country, and then rally with them and make inputs into the political party manifestos. Secondly, we are doing this in little collaboration with other civil society organizations. Can we look ahead in 2028? Can we come up with a civil society manifesto that has the various sectors of our economy embedded in it so that when CDD is engaging Codeo is engaging, Waxy, the civil society platform, whoever is engaging, we have one voice because we can find discrepancies in the manifestos that we are submitting, and it confuses the political parties themselves, and they play that to our disadvantage. When we have a unified voice, I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, coming from the Hunter line in the Western region, representing community radio for that matter. I want to say that I want to congratulate the three speakers for the insightful speeches that they have given to us, and especially my youth lady for a good work done. I want to say that Youth Bridge Foundation is doing a wonderful job. But I want to challenge you that out there you have community radio stations across the country. We involve the youth a lot. And so I am entreating you to take a step, inform your executive director, I know him very well, that they should engage community radio in their work. Because we are also training a lot of the youth out there. If you come to my station, for instance, I have about 22 youth who are working at the station. They are all volunteers. These are people who have become icons of their communities and people listen to them. So let's try to extend the education to them so they can improve upon their work. Same to Doctor. Yes, he spoke very well. I want to also entreat that you also partner community radio in your advocacy for persons living with disabilities. We can do a lot also to support you. We are doing out there, but when you come official, for instance, if you come as a resource person, if you don't have enough resource person for your members at our district. And so that collaboration will help a lot to make our work easier. I also want to say that with the youth advocacy that she spoke about, yes, the youth must have the voice. That is ultimate. They must have the voice to speak for themselves and take decisions for themselves. But I also want to advise that once you wait for the ultimate goal to be achieved, where the youth will have the full presentation in decision-making processes, we can also advocate for some adults to campaign for the youth in terms of policies that would near to the benefit of the youth. That is also doable. So let's also preach the message that the adults who are already there, let them also understand the needs for the youth, for better youth policies, so that it can benefit the youth today. Whilst we are also picking up, you are already leaders of today, but your numbers are still low. And so let's add on that campaign. I think it will also do a lot of help. Finally, to Doctor also, you mentioned as part of your conclusion that political parties should support the training of the electoral processes for persons with disabilities. I think I want to come on that. I will suggest that in as much as that can be done, in our bid to promote more of that, especially from our perspective, from the media perspective, we anticipate that political parties will take advantage of that and then rather do what we are tagging as vote buying. And so let's rather encourage that let the national institutions like the NCC and other institutions lead the campaign in the training of persons with disability with the electoral processes. That for me is more sustainable than to leave it in the hands of the political party to support us. In my district, for instance, it is happening. And ASPA will say, I want to train the youth in this. And by so doing, they are preaching their messages politically and they are being biased towards those groups that they are supporting in any training that they embark on. So we can also revisit that and then rather look at opening up the opportunity for national institutions to take up that mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know you have assembled a lot of community radio or media personnel or houses from the communities across Ghana. But I also want to believe that there are many more that maybe you could have invited, but due to resource constraints. So I want to suggest that we should find a very innovative ways of packaging the information from today's program, so that we have a way of circulating. Because I think that the people who, not that the people who really need it, we need a lot more people in the hard-to-reach communities need the information from today's program. And we have a lot of networks. The Institute for Democratic Governance, for instance, has a lot of citizen groups across Ghana. I think that we can share the news with them, and they will have some of them are community-based organizations. They can have a way of digesting and using this information from today's program. The next is, unfortunately, EC is not here, but my interaction with a lot of citizens, whilst we are talking about participation or the challenges that persons with disability face in participating in the electoral process, voting, etc., there are many other groups, able-bodied people who do not participate for various reasons. A group I have noticed, based on my interaction with them, is the taxi drivers. Those who are working for people and they do daily sales. At least I have spoken with about 5 people who said they didn't vote in the last election because the owner of the vehicle will not allow. If you don't go to work, you have to find a way of producing the money. You still have to make the sales. And so they don't bother. Some people who work for private sector organizations, they are not allowed. But maybe they don't come out with their stories. I think as part of our advocacy, we should think about some of these people that on election day, a lot of people don't turn out to vote. They don't care. First of all, they are even frustrated with the system. So if my employer says I shouldn't go and vote, or will not allow me, I don't care. So let's think about these people too in our advocacy, particularly with what we do, CDD and the rest. I think that this should be part of our advocacy to the larger community, that elections are very important. That one person who is not allowed to turn out to vote could be the decider in an election. Thank you very much.
I think that's the what you have for questions and observations.
The very first 2 questions were directed at WADR in relation to what is next and how we intend to involve more media in this conversation.
Okay, let me first start by thanking you for the comments made and I would say the commendations for the work we are starting in this area, especially in the area of engaging people and not just providing and giving them information, but coming back to engage people. This is one focus of WADR. You talked about the media. Yes, we recognize, and that's why we tried from our end in Dakar and those who were helping us here in Ghana to be able to have at least a representation. And in particular, we looked at having the Journalist Association represented, female journalists represented. But at the same time, we sent out, I think, Nadede, over 12 invitations to 12 different media houses. So you see, if we now have to talk about that, another conversation will be opened because it's about interest, it's about focus, and most of the time, some of us as media, as a media entity ourselves, we know what it means to bring, and we would love to bring more on board. So I would say next time we'll do that. But if you look at the room, like he talked about community radios, even for the association or the umbrella body of the community radios, we were insisting, because for us at WADR, these are our main partners. These are radio stations that provide information, and whatever they provide, mind you, because of their proximity and ownership by the people, it is trusted. I have gone round West Africa, and you will find out that these people believe in this community. It is their own, and it is their own people. So when the journalists from community radio speak, they believe in them. And this is why we wanted the conversation. Yes, as somebody mentioned, we couldn't have brought everybody to this hall as we would want, but this is just the beginning of a process and of processes, we can say, of engaging and engagement, and we will continue to do that. Regarding the content, WADR is always happy to share our content. That is why we are in existence. We do not ask for anything. You can go online and get the link, or we wouldn't mind sharing the link with you. Post-production as well, when we bring the highlights, Imo, Nadede is here, we can also share. So if you're interested, just talk to them or share. I think you have our email addresses, most especially the people who were communicating with you. But be rest assured, one of our mandates is to share what we do with other media houses. That is, if they're interested and ready. And all we ask for is just credit WADR. Just to say we got it from WADR is work done by WADR. But you can use, so content, we're always free and ready to share. You can pick up online or you can write to us. And because that's when we are happy, because the content you share to your own audience will bring us more. And together we'll be impacting more. So WADR is always very happy, open and free to do that. And always, not only for this conversation, anytime you see something you're interested in, you see a portion of it, you want a bigger part, contact us and we'll send you the whole package. So never hesitate, feel free, always. We are ready to do that. Now, is there another question relating to the media, or did I just bundle it up? I think huh? The next steps for this.
Yes.
Okay, like you would hear just before we this feedback. Sorry. Just before we close, he will just I think some members of our team will just briefly run through the major recommendations, because there is a lot from this morning to the, even if we look at the opening ceremony, from the keynote speaker to the goodwill messages and to the remarks from the police, and also when the EC, Dr. Bosman came, yeah. And when you go to beauty, I picked up some relating to the media. Even this evening now, Dr. Obeng called on the media to engage people with disabilities. And you will see that, as again, I would say for WADR, this is a process, and we are even looking forward to, because one thing also that the media struggles with, and we have been struggling with, is access to information. And most of the time when we talk about access to information, people look at governments. It is not only governments. Sometimes we just want to clarify some information and you say, this is about disability in Ghana, let me call Dr. Obeng. If you don't have Dr. Obeng, probably you're stuck. I'm just giving an example. We've never done that. So what happens with the media most of the time, access to information is a problem. People have content. People are doing a lot of work, but being able to disseminate that or making themselves available to communicate, making themselves available is normally not easy. But I believe this occasion today is an opener, a beginning for us to be able to work more. So for our part, you'll be hearing from us, from our team, from the team in Ghana, because we have a team in Ghana, as well as the team in Dakar. Because for us to have information, we don't mind. We'll call you, direct telephone call. We'll call you WhatsApp. We'll do whatever it takes for us to have your voice. Either record it over there in Dakar through the phone lines, or our team can meet you or have an appointment with you here. So WADR will be engaging. All I want to say regarding that is, I'm happy you mentioned that, because that means you are ready and we are also ready, and we can do a lot together, because inclusion is very important. Like you said, we the people. And when we say we the people, there's no segregation or demarcations regarding who is who. It's we the people. So when we talk to somebody from Wademos, we should be able to talk to somebody from the disability group. We should be able to talk to young people. And as far as this conversation goes, from here we will continue. It is just a beginning. It will be a continuous process. Mawena also called on the media. This is not only WADR. I hope the media is listening. It's not only WADR. I'm talking on our part, but all of you calling on the media, yes, it is needed. It is at the right time also, even if not, further down. It is very, very important. One thing I liked today, Dr. Beauty Nate also mentioned, is the need to follow up. I think our team here, they would know everything. Every time I say, you reported, they arrested some people drug trafficking here. Kush is killing people in Sierra Leone. Now Kush is in Senegal, is in Ghana. But you are just reporting Kush, Kush, Kush. What are we doing to look further into those issues? So today when she mentioned it, I think this is not only for WADR, it's for all the media. Let us read, let us do our research. Dr. Samson, I think, is it Samson? Yeah, he also, Samson also talked about our rules, knowing our constitutions. Most of us, even if you ask us Article 1 of our constitutions, we will start to, rub our foreheads. But then the media has a critical role to play. And taking time to go through these documents is vital, it's important, and it should even be a must. And that is why some of the time you see all our questions are over the border questions when we go out, because we can't go deep. You go deep, they get you. They didn't go to school for anything, or for nothing. Some people are not subject matter specialists for nothing. So you say you want to interview one Dr. Paul who has done this for 30 years, and you come with your 2 years experience and no reading, and you say you want to get him on particular issues. It wouldn't come out the way it should. So I think these are just issues that we should look at, but I want to just assure you that after this, WADR, we will be reading out some of the key recommendations. We will package the report together and we will share with everybody who has been here today. And like I said, content-wise, you can follow us. For us, after this, we continue with our productions. We continue with the engagements. We said we work in Cote d'Ivoire. We'll be having something like this in Ivory Coast too, but it will be next year. But the production, if you look over there, you'll see Citizens Are. This is a program born also out of this project, and I think our first panelist, our first production was done in Ghana, and Nadede and from CDD, yes, and there was another. So we,
Dr. Jeche Jando.
Exactly. So we started with Ghana, and these productions continues up to for the project next year. But for us, whenever we start projects, we continue with them, because these are issues that, in fact, WADR was born for this. WADR came on earth to work on the issues of democracy, human rights, and all of that. So we'll continue. So for the next steps, that is it. We will share with you a report. The content is available for whoever would need it. And then our production continues. So one of the next steps where you will be involved is that whenever you hear somebody call you and introduce him or herself as WADR, be ready to accommodate us and talk to us. It's also one of the next steps. So I would just want to say thank you again. All the presentations for us, since we arrived, having that opportunity, because people giving their time to meet you, for me, is something of great value. Wademos did that for us. We had good discussions. We had it with Waxy. So you'll see that I think more and more organizations, institutions, people are realizing the important role that the media can play. It is also for the media to leverage on that and produce quality, impartial, independent information. We are not here for any party. We are here for the citizens. We are here for the people. But again, it's sad to say, sometimes we see ourselves aligning with certain parties and groups and sects. The media should play its pivotal role. And when we play it, you will see how, what difference we can make in our society. And I believe if people are here today, it's because they are ready to engage. This is a whole day of somebody's work. And if we were to calculate it in Europe, now it's something else. So that's why we are so, so grateful and appreciative of all of you and the time that you have spent with us, not only the time, but the participation from those who delivered to all of you, everybody here is important and everybody has contributed. So you will definitely be hearing from us. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Madam Agnes John Tomasi. She is the manager for West Africa Democracy Radio. There are more of the questions that came in. I think, yes, the Civil Society Manifesto. The lady in yellow did ask the question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very, very good question in the sense that if you look at the manifestos coming out and the number of promises that are being churned out by political actors, it presents a lot of warring signs for us as whether the economy over time can even accommodate them, whether they are not being duplicitous, or whether they are being relevant to the core challenges and problems that we are facing as a country. I will use one example. Since 1992, especially around 2000 coming, we made strong demands for the introduction of multi-party democracy at the local level, where we can elect our own mayors and DCs. The question is, why haven't we dedicated a lot of time and attention to this exercise, which can change the entire local democratic governance that we practice, that can enhance the accountability, the transparency, the inclusion that is missing in local governance. And don't forget that local governance is the environment where a lot of the governance takes place. How many people come to Accra, the ministries, the office of the president? Your first point of contact is the MMDC or the local mayor. That's where you go, your assemblyman or assemblywoman. Why are political parties not showing a lot of interest and excitement to get this reform done? And I'm bringing that up because most of the promises coming out sometimes seems to be disconnected with the realities on the ground. And you ask yourself, what is driving those kind of promises? The answer is simple. It's largely votes is a key decider. Because of the adversarial nature of our politics, as Dr. Bosman said, you need to do everything you can to win power. Otherwise, you are taking off from the opportunity to access government power resources as a politician. So, as political parties, we need to find out how we can engage with evidence and data, using civil society evidence and data, research materials, knowledge products that we have churned out over time to test the relevance of some of the promises that we make in our manifestos. So political parties should engage civil society, but I think civil society, there's nothing wrong if we have a civil society manifesto that is also used to champion certain key policies, to contradict some of the duplications and the policies that are not really connected to the demands of citizens. So in 2020, for example, CDD, we did what we called the People's Manifesto or Citizens Manifesto, where across all the key sectors of the economy, we commissioned researchers to investigate and explore the structural and the key challenges that are facing each of the economies and sectors in the country. And then we use those findings to engage the political parties. But the problem is that sometimes some of these things do not seem to resonate strongly with the masses. It's the populist kind of policies and programs, and then unfortunately not to really cascade the media. The media also seeks to show a lot of excitement around the big flagship policies, the 24-hour economy, the bold solutions, without interrogating whether inside there they are really practical when it comes to implementation, whether there is a priority for some of the policies that are coming up. We plan to do more, but we are also even withdrawing taxes. How are you going to even generate revenue? Sometimes the contradictions is so difficult. So my sister, I agree with you that civil society needs to take a bold step in influencing policy direction of political parties and government. Thank you very much.
All right. There was also another question directed at Mawena, I believe. Okay, so I don't know whether it's a question or more of a comment, but it was the comment was more of about financial needs inhibiting the youth from participating in some of these political or something political discourse and even governance in general. But from that, would you want to make a comment on that? Okay, then
Yes,
go
so
ahead.
very briefly. We do recognize that cost of elections is a major barrier to youth participation in democracy. One of the things we've tried to do is to let young people understand other entry points in participation. So we have the local level where you can contest as assembly members or unit committee members. Those ones is within your community. So you have direct access to the people that would vote for you. And then filing is free. We've also tried to let the young people understand that even though those platforms look small, they are the very first point of contact to the community where decision making happens. From there, you gain experience and then you move on. But even the monetization is trickling down eventually, because we had a young person contest, but he got in the first time as an assembly member, he performed, they voted him into office again. So it also goes to show that when young people get into these positions and then they do well, the people are able to trust them and then give them more opportunity. So if you build your capacity from there, you're able to levitate or graduate into higher positions like the parliamentary positions. But there was also another comment about YBF engaging community radio. We do.
Yes, there was another comment in
We
relation
do.
to that.
In Tamale, we have Radio Grain. In the Western region, there are two other affiliates. I'm unable to remember their names now, but there are two other affiliates that we work with. And in every community we get to, we go to the community radio, because we can't be in Kumasi, hold an event, and then call a radio station in Accra. It doesn't work like that. So we work with community radio across every project that we run, especially at the local level.
Do you intend to add more?
Definitely, most definitely. We are open to collaborations. But like was mentioned earlier, sometimes the media houses themselves are not forthcoming. So you call them for events, they are looking for coins. But we do, and then jokes aside, we are open to engaging, to working with community radio, especially young people in such communities and such stations. So we are open to such collaborations. Thank you.
All right. And also, there was a comment that was directed at Dr. Obeya Samwa in relation to political parties helping with the training of persons living with disabilities. And the person was saying that instead of the political parties doing that, how about we channel the advocacy towards the national institutions to handle that? Because the fear is that when the political parties take and participate in this area, they probably would end up with vote buying. So that was one of the concerns that also came up.
Yeah, thank you very much for that comment. Yes, well, the issue is that, sometimes the training is very specific, like tactile training. So the idea is political parties can channel the sponsorship to the organizations of persons with disability. Then we will do the training because they would not have that capacity to do that training. So they channel their support to the organizations because we are non-partisan in our approach. So we would like to interact with all of them. Actually, we do interact with them. But then when it comes to support, that should be channeled to the organizations. Well, they always have something else that's more important. So that is what the appeal is going, because at the end of the day, we are training our people. And let me say this thing, the organizations of persons with disability, that's under the umbrella, Ghana Federation of Disabled Organizations, are basically non-partisan. We can't say we're not political. We have our political interests, but we are non-partisan. So what I meant was the support should be channeled to the umbrella organizations, and then we will administer the training. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. Well, we do have some comments from our participant online. I know we are past the time that we were supposed to close, but let me just quickly take one or two. And many thanks to Michael Jeche. Okay. So he said elections in Ghana can be decided by thin margins. What is made of the many Ghanaians who turned 18 few weeks to the voting day and are unable to get on the voter roll? He went further to say, is Ghana ever lengthening presidential ballot paper a good thing? If not, any solution? Should Ghana's Electoral Commission not be reformed to include political party representatives? And he said, how is Ghana's Electoral Commission and civil society ensuring political parties consistently meet their financial reporting obligations? And just to sum up, the last one here from Joshua Baba Madaki. Joshua is in Nigeria, and he said, democracy in Africa is still evolving. The elected officers who have tested the seats of government wouldn't want to leave the seats if they are adjudged not doing well, and they will do everything possible to remain in power. One thing that remains evidently clear is that good governance is far from the dividends of democracy, as it were. Those in power subject the people to a beggarly situation, thereby whatever they present to the electorate as baits to cling to the seats. Joshua Baba Madaki is in Nigeria, and I think is one of our partners in the northern part of the country. Thank you everyone online for your comments. We truly appreciate them. And you staying with us until this time.
Okay. I think there was one, some of them are questions. There was one in relation to the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
And whether perhaps if the commissioners we had the political parties being represented there. I'd like to ask Paul Osekufo if he has any comments to make in relation to that, considering the level of mistrust between the political parties and the Electoral Commission, especially when they are in opposition. When they are in governments, the tune is different. When they get into opposition, the tune is different. Would appointing politically exposed persons as part of the commissioners cure that mistrust?
Thank you very much. I think Samson did indicate in the morning that no matter what the situation is, you need people to exercise some level of discretion in certain decisions. So the law allows the president to appoint, but that discretion must be considered based on certain principles, because the body that the person is being appointed to has some fundamental values of independence, impartiality. So if there are evidence, as adduced by Kodio, that that person or nominee has aligned in one way or the other with one political party or the other before, I think the best thing was to withdraw that appointment. Unfortunately, we didn't get to that stage. But I'm hoping that as we progress and we consider some of the proposed reforms around our elections, including the election management body, some of these considerations will come up. And Kodio normally organize post-election reform conversation. And this is still going to be one of the key issues that will come to the table, and we are going to put forward additional recommendations around it. Trust around the election management body must be seen. It should be a reality. So we are happy to even see the AC saying that the IPAC is going to be open. For me, from day one, I've always had my concerns. Why is the IPAC open to a few people, limited to only a few people, but you are serving a bigger audience who needs to know what happens at the decision-making table? So we can just continue with the advocacy. Unfortunately, we don't have any other way to reverse the situation than to continue to speak up against some of these practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul Osei Kofo. He is the network coordinator for Wadr. We're just about wrapping things up. I will invite at this point Eche Atisu and Christopher Aticho. Their names rhyme, Atisu and Aticho. Please, they are rapporteurs for the day, so they will be giving us the summaries and some of the recommendations that have been made by our various speakers. After that, would invite Madam Tomasi for the closing remarks, and then would say our goodbyes and network as well. So Echi Atisu and Christopher, kindly approach the dais. Okay. The speakers are asking if they can go and sit. Please, you can. Thank you. A round of applause for them, please. We really do appreciate your time spending the entire day with us here. We do not take it for granted. So Echi Atisu and Christopher are going to give us the highlights as well as some of the key recommendations.
Right. Thank you very much, Nadede and Imo Edet. Please, a round of applause for our MCs. Oh, is that all that you can do? Anyway, congratulations. And actually, it is so interesting to know that so far we had 12 speakers mounted here to make presentations. Yeah. And then we have 7 female or women, and then 5 gentlemen. So of course, we talk about inclusivity, we talk about gender equality, and we talk about women empowerment. This is a true representation. Please give it up once again for all the women who came to present on various issues.
And I think that Nadia already mentioned that. I think that today the women have truly been represented.
Exactly. Exactly.
I can see Madam is
of course
way more than the 51% that Madam Rosina mentioned earlier.
Okay, so in 2 parts. As part of efforts of deepening democracy in West Africa Democracy Radio, WADR, in partnership with the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, successfully held a 2024 Democracy and Governance Forum in Accra today. Please, a round of applause for that. Anyway, under the theme Strengthening Democratic Processes, Ghana's Preparedness for Free and Fair, Transparent Elections. And so we began, Madam Agnes Tomasi gave us the opening remarks. She is the manager for WADR, and she highlighted the significance of the forum and the growth of, or the forum's contribution to growth and consolidation of Ghana's democracy, West Africa's democracy, and the entire continent's democracy as well. And she was very particular about the fact that she also talked about the success story of WADR coming from broadcasting or operating in 3 countries to now representing 14 countries in the West Africa. That is a plus for WADR. And she also stated her mission, which is to be able to enable ECOWAS member countries to be able to uphold democracy and its principles in order to become the region that command respect, a region that remains relevant despite recent instabilities and coups in some parts of the West African sub-region as well. So after the opening remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we had two goodwill remarks also coming in, one from our sister organization, WAXI, and then the other from our very own board of director, our very own
Professor Audrey Gajepo.
Professor Audrey Gajepo. So from WAXI, it was Mr. Farouk Al-Hassan, who is the programs officer for capacity development with WAXI. And he was very emphatic of the fact that democracy, he shared two pillars of democracy. First is that it is a product of stability. Democracy is a product of stability, where the voices of the people are heard, respect for their fundamental human rights, protect, and the second, protected as well. And the second pillar of democracy is that it is a role, the role of civil society and media. And this is where he says civil society and media, particularly institutions like West Africa Democracy Radio, are indispensable in reinforcing democratic processes, as well as civil society organizations acting as watchdogs, advocates for champions and transparency, accountability, and the rule of law.
Well, I'll just take you through a few of the recommendations because this might take all of our time if we decide to go through the entire thing. So I'll just take you through just a few of what you've all shared with us today. And it's been a long day since morning we've been here. We want to just wrap up quickly and then we can be out of here. So I'll just, in no particular order at all, this is from Dr. Rosina. Well, she spoke about the critical role of women in inclusive elections. So she spoke about the numbers. She gave us some of the statistics about the representation of women in Ghana especially, and how that should necessarily reflect in how we decide a lot of things, policies and otherwise, and why there's a need for more women to be in leadership positions, particularly in parliament. She gave us the breakdown and all of those things. Some of the recommendations are, for instance, that the EC in 2024, in the 2024 provisional election data of the 18 million plus, the voter population for the representation for women is 51.6. So she was talking about how we can't afford to be a country where we live behind the over 50% and rather focus on the 49 because the women are in the majority. And then also elections are fundamental to every democracy, which we've established here. And as a democracy, we should endeavor to remove any barriers that could exclude sections of our population from participating freely. Let me just quickly move on to Madam Beauty Nate, Executive Secretary for the GACC. Well, she said there is a clear need for strategies to safeguard the elections and its outcomes. So these were a few of her recommendations. She said the EC must improve transparency and accountability with all stakeholders. Then she also said the IPAC, which is the Inter-Party Advisory Body, should institute a system that will be used to facilitate civic education and reduce potential incidences of violence, in the sense that all stakeholders must adhere to whatever is agreed at IPAC in order to communicate to voters and the general public that everyone is on board. She also said enforcement of legislation on the source of funds for political party activities should be instituted. We heard from lawyer Samson Ladi.
Yes, lawyer Samson Ladi also talked about the role of media in elections in Ghana, and he was very particular about the legal framework. He was actually urging every journalist to know the law and to know the constitution. And then he actually ended up with some recommendations that every journalist must first of all must uphold to the principles and also to the provisions and also to the objectives of the constitutions, and also uphold the responsibilities and accountability of the government to the people.
Yeah.
So whatever you do, anyhow you do it, however you're going to do it, your primary focus is the people. And that is a take-home message from legal practitioner and veteran journalist Samson Ayene.
I think we'll just conclude it with Mawena, and I think she gave us the proper icing on the cake, where she brought in the perspective of the young people. And that's very thought-provoking question. When is the future? Now, the future has been established that it's actually now. And so she spoke to us about all the things that they've been doing at is it Youth Bridge?
Yes, please.
Youth Bridge. And just a few things she mentioned, things to do with capacity development, digital innovation, civic education, the role of the media in also amplifying the voices of young people, societal orientation around why, or no, just around why there's a need for young people to be given the opportunities to also lead. No need to be worried about young people making mistakes and the likes. Otherwise, if we don't make the mistakes, how do we even get better?
Sure.
And then she also firmed it up with the affirmative action that was a call to all of us.
Right. So actually, just to ensure the inclusivity that we are talking about, let me also end with recommendations from persons with disability, which of course we had Professor Dr. Peter Obeng-Asamoah making a presentation on inclusive elections, the position and role of people with disabilities. He actually shared with us some facts and data that in the 2020 voter register or elections, we had some 64,966 persons with disabilities. That, of course, this obviously plays a huge number of, it can actually make a change. Even just one person makes a change. So if this number of persons living with disability are in the country, they ought to be included. And that means that we need to look for how structures and infrastructure also made friendly and accessible for them also. He made some recommendations, and also let me just bring a few to our very wonderful people here. First, he said that persons with disabilities must be part of the planning process from the onset. So from the onset, EC and other bodies who play critical role, they do not just exclude these persons with disability, but they must be included from the onset so that they know that the part of it, regular engagement with electoral authorities, he actually talked about that, and also made a clarion call that civil rights, that is the right to choose our leaders, must not be sacrificed for a cost. So he was very particular about the fact that oftentimes EC will just overlook the fact that this will cost us extra, this will cost us this will cost us this. To ensure inclusivity, the EC and government must not be so concerned about cost, but to ensure that the right thing is done.
All right, so thank you. We'll put all of these together and more in a more comprehensive document to share with you. Thank you. My name is Echi. This is Christopher. I'm handing over to Nadedi now.
We don't mention our second names
at all.
It's so confused.
Thank you very much, the Ati, Cho, and Atisus. I'm sure by now, Madam Tomasi is wondering, why are these the only names in Ghana? Aticho, Atisu? Madam Tomasi, I'd like to invite you up stage to give us the closing remarks as we bring everything to a close. As we do know, we've gone beyond our time, so we'll keep it brief, and then we'll say our goodbyes. A round of applause for her, please.
Nadide, I think the discussions just flowed to a natural end with the recommendations. But let me, at this juncture, I think, just say thank you again. Thank you to the goodwill speakers this morning. And when I say thank you doubly, again, we had Waxy, Double Fold, Goodwill, and as well as helping us and supporting us. We have Professor Gajekpo for everything also she represents for WADR and her representation this morning. For me, it was really, I think some of the times what we have in our countries Some of the times we do not even recognize. It is not easy in certain countries, in West Africa here, to invite the IGP and have him even respond or even send a delegation. And we want to express sincere thanks. They came, they represented him well, and they stayed with us almost to the very end. For me, I am grateful because even without anything, this is an engagement. Civil society, media, and they came in, which means, to me, it's a sign that we are ready at least to do something. We are ready to engage. And I think we should really, really say thank you for that. In the morning, we had our keynote speaker. Even when I call her name, I feel emotional. She is a strong woman with a great character, but giving, understanding, our board member, and her profession, like all of us, has had this morning from Nadede when she introduced her, a lot of experience in the legal domain, in the domain of civil society, now also not only a board member with us, but for Meta also with Facebook and others. Efia is a very, very supportive, how do I say it? Supportive person to us, and we want to express sincere thanks. She is here to the very end. So thank you very much, Efia. You mean a lot to WADR. The support, it's like fuel and to our engine that helps us to move. So thank you. And to the speakers who also, even when we say thank you to those we are connected with, we now look at those who were we just extended a hand and they responded. Even like when I said double thanks to Waxy, I can also say double thanks to Wademos. Wademos, even before we came here, for me, it was like there's a felt need to work with media. And I must say they're the ones who came to us, who contact, which means they have seen what we do and they appreciate us. Not only us, but they appreciate the fact that together something could be done to achieve something. And they associated us to many of the events, taking our journalists to Nigeria and others, both from the French and from the English department, because at WADR, we are bilingual. And this is just part of our team. So thank you very much. And for being here through and through, receiving us in Ghana, we also say thank you again, Wademos. Jonah, thank you. Mr. Paul, thank you very much. Mr. Farouk is behind there. I will continue to say extend to Nana as well, so don't forget. We are very, very appreciative. Dr. Obeng is still here with us. Dr. Obeng, we are very grateful. We know if we should quantify your time, we will not be able to pay. But the time, also the energy you exhibited in the afternoon after the food to, to deliver that kind of presentation. And for me, like some of the participants mentioned, these kinds of dialogue always teaches us something and opens our minds to something. When I was following your presentation, I had a little bit more of sensitivity that I thought I had more of before in terms of working with people living with disabilities. So thank you for that insight as well, Dr. Obeng. Who else? Dr. Beauty Nate really took us through. She even set the stage for everything. Special thanks to her and Dr. Rosina Foley. Yeah, I'm not forgetting Mawena. Mawena, just like Dr. Obeng, you know, for me, it was really touching. I was not at a political rally, but I was at a youth rally where I think most of us got the essence of your message, which is factual, which is honest, and which is important for us to note. When we talk about young people, we always say the future. They are now, for now. And if we all work together, then we will together achieve what we want to achieve for a better future, most especially for our region. So I want to thank all the participants, all of you representing very important, reputable institutions. I think if I want to name now, I didn't bring the list, I would make some mistakes, but we will send thank you letters to all of you. But thank you for coming. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for participating. Thank you for making this debate worth it. To our fellow media colleagues, we are very, very grateful for the time spent and the engagement as we engage. WADR will continue to engage with you. At the table there, we have from the Ghana Journalists Association. Okay. So I think WADR is very, very, very grateful, even to the hotel staff for the support. But I will say special thanks to our team also, and I want to call them. In every country, we have people we work with. In Ghana, we work with Nadede Tete. You have seen her many a times, but she will stand up again. And I want you to come near me. And we have Eche, who is also editing for us. WLDR leveraged on, from COVID-19, we learned a lesson that we can be anywhere and work. We already had correspondents in each country, but now we also work with good producers, good editors that will give us their time. And Eche is one of them, part of our editorial team. Eche, can you come, please? So Christopher is the third one from Ghana. Should I? But Christopher now belongs, we have baptized him again. We're changing his name to Christopher Ghana to somewhere else. Yeah, okay. So now we go to the team that came here with us. Somebody just touched his camera, Francis. Francis, come please. Francis is the head of our digital team, the builder of our website, and the controller of everything else that goes with it. He works with a number of people. He designed what you can see, the roll-ups and the backdrop, and has been on it for all this while. That's why the eyes are red. But we say thank you. Who's left? Madam So is our head of admin and finance. Madam So, you'll have to come in, please. Or you are busy. Imo is the owner of the event. Imo, edit. Let's round this up, please. So when you two come, as we say thank you, we're going to say thank you in our languages, in our local languages. That's why I call them to come here. So that we do West Africa. Yes. So, no, it's thank you. So whatever you say, they know it's thank you. And just maintain that. Don't go far. Huh? Okay. Imo, so we're going to say thank you to all of them in our language.
So, me come everybody. Namofe edimi ediba yengen tongo basen won dubi so songo. That's EBBO in Nigeria Bible.
Christopher and I speak the same language, so.
Okay, that's why the surnames are. Huh? Mine. It's very simple. Tenki, or we say una tenki.
You have to tell them where you're from.
My tribe is like 1%, and now they even reduced us in the Gambia. So it's AKU Aku, or some people say Creole, we speak Pidgin. And this tanky, you can now say what it means. Thank you. But we say tanky.
Right. I am Ga. Yei waladon.
All right, so I am Anang, so I would just say a variation of what Imo said. Same thing, but just sounds different. C'est someone.
So me, I'm a Pula, so we just say Onjarama.
Thank you very much. We hope to keep the conversation going. I think all I would want to say is we have developed now a network. We'll be coming back to you. You'll be hearing from us. We would want to connect and we would want to make it bigger. Our programs, we have programs for young people. We have a gender program. We have a program on the environment. We have a program on security in the region. We have a program, like you can see, on democracy, and all of you here can contribute to it. So you'll be hearing from us. Once again, thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so there's snacks at the, behind the banner, and we're grateful for your time. Imo Idet and myself, Nadi Diteti, we were your moderators. Thank you very much.